Recording in progress.
Gifting people, right? That's a great way for me to even introduce the conversation or the history to people, right? Is, if you're ever going to buy your kid a stuffed animal or anything, right? For me, I'd rather 1,000% get gifted a little tiny bag of metals versus, whatever you might gift instead, right? Because they have their own frequency. Like I said, when people touch them, memory. I feel like it's ancient memories come back to us, right? This is what our ancestors fought, died, buried, right? I know my ancestors, when Japanese were invading us, buried our coins in the dirt, so much history has been lost, and it's a way of reclaiming power, especially too for me. Why would I save my money in a bank account when when they look at us as essentially, money makers for that. They take our dollars, loan them out again ad infinitum, and we're supposed to get, take the dollar that we made in a year, dollar, right, in interest or profit, right, and with a smile. We're supposed to take it all with a smile. So yeah, so much reprogramming needs to be done, right, with people's relationship with money, abundance, but it comes back to knowing that we are the heirs of the greatest civilizations to walk on the face of the earth, and somewhere along the way we got tricked, duped, right, with language, sovereignty. So much of the sovereignty process is because of hidden language, right? We don't, we were fooled into thinking and using words that don't serve us, and this is one of the parts of the education for that, right? So on the back end of sovereignty, when you've built your trust, right, when you're really already talking about legacy, your nation, I hope that you reject the fiat paper ass dollars, right, the fake dollar, and you remember the real dollar, the silver dollar, right, real wealth. People don't know that 1940s, I want to say, in America, a house was like an acre, a good amount of land, in 1940. It was like 14,000 ounces of silver. You can do numerical monetary terms. Today, it's around 9,000 ounces of silver, right? And today's prices of houses are exponentially more, right? So what is that telling you? What is that telling me, at least, right? That means that the dollar is getting weaker. It takes less silver to buy a house that costs 4 times, right? 5 times as much, 10 times as much as a house in 1942. So, the math is very subtle. It's very tricky. It's very hidden. But, for me, that's it, right? It's one of the very last steps, is knowing what real money is, right? Why metal over paper? Why I believe that's going to win. Why I believe it's going to prevail, even over the electric system, right? I'm like, people don't know that crypto needs silver and gold. Gold and silver don't need crypto. They don't stand alone, right? It's a very technological world that we live in. It's all based on the metals, and they're the least talked about. So yes, right. Investment, wealth protection, however you want to see it, legacy, right? This isn't for me. So that when I die, right, my children will be given a map. Dig here. That's it. Right? The Fed's gonna be like, what the hell is this? Right? Like, why do we volunteer the information? Here, look at what I made. Tax me. That's what navigating the private really is, right? So that we protect and we get to keep 100% of what I earned, right? No one's siphoning from the well, so to speak, right? Water terms. But yeah, I mean, I'd love to open it up to any questions. I feel like I've been ranting for a minute. Questions about gold and silver from any of you guys. I saw a question here. What source do I recommend obtaining metals? Great question. So I'm actually a precious metals dealer, unsung dealer of the week, course, Dion, everyone's tribe, right? Anyone who wants to know about it. I'm on Instagram at MsNumismatix. If you want Dion will plug, I'll plug. But yeah, I mean, it's super simple. Obviously, you can feel my energy. I'm real, right? I try to give it a personal touch and yeah, guidance first and foremost, and the metals are the easiest part. But yeah, a great resource that I would suggest if you guys haven't watched it yet is it's a series on YouTube called The Hidden Secrets of Money. Incredible. If you can watch all 10, I was a little crazy and diligently took notes through the 10, but any of it that you can get through it is amazing, and so much information on the history and again, why metals. But yeah, I bought metals from AppMex before and a couple other places. Where do I recommend? Storage, great question. For storage, home safes, right? Some people, depositories are definitely an option. There are some trusted depositories. Brinks, you have to look in your location because not every bank or every institution is a depository, right? I don't recommend it, right? Let's say shit hits the fan scenario, so you want to knock on someone's door and have that, another degree of separation from you and your metals. I keep it very quiet. I don't talk about them, right? It's a very, very private thing because it's your family's wealth, symbolized in, in the physical. But yeah, home safes are great. 2-3 cubic feet, I'd suggest, right? You'd be surprised how quickly you can fill the safe up. But yeah, it's just another added layer of security for me. If the lights went out tomorrow, right? I can open my safe, count the ounces, right? See them collecting dust, and it's just, I sleep well at night, right? A personal story that I like to share with people is that in the midst of the pandemic, my mom, she hit me up. She's like, hey, can you drive me to my Wells Fargo location? I need to take my jewelry or whatever she had in there out of her safety deposit box, right? And how many stories across the board are there like this across the country? And right, we get there, 8 different signs posted as to why the branch is closed, how you can set an appointment, right? All these little hoops to get to her jewelry. And I looked at her, I was like, Mom, does it sound like it's your shit if you have to ask permission to get it, to touch it? So yeah, right. It's like in the age-old investing adage, right? If you can't hold it, you don't own it. So yeah, I'm very much autonomous about it, right? Be your own bank, be your own treasury, with your own treasury, you got to be ready to be your own armory, right? So yeah, we have to protect our wealth in every sense of the word. But again, I don't really play into the doomsday thing, right? I don't wish it on people. I do understand that when people get hungry, we get weird. We haven't been like that in America, too much, but people get weird. So yeah, it's just something to think about. Of course, is security, right? As we, I've seen so much money get pulled, and I'll tell you now, the banks hate it. They absolutely hate it, right? They expect questions. You're doing what? You're buying what? Just because it's the antithesis of them. They make money through the fiat, through fake, right, numbers and ones and zeros on a computer. They can do 2 billion trades in a second. And this is a very analog asset. Very, very personal. We can't move the speed of light because it's literally physical. And in my eyes, those are the balance scales. Are we supposed to have 10-year-olds trading on Robinhood? Are these real markets? No knocks, of course, right? They're, full and well able to trade. But yeah, I think there's just been a lot of leveraging, right? A stretching of the dollar. Right. And it's all about to constrict. I think, we're going to see what's really real, what values, of homes, everything really is. And yeah, who prepared correctly for that, Any other questions? Don't tell anyone you have it. Exactly. Right. Family, right. People you trust. But yeah, I feel crazy sometimes, right? Literally I feel crazy because I'm like, am I going back to pirate shit? Because this is my family is going to inherit a map, but that's the olden way. That's the old way we did it, before the Fed existed, right? Before this ploy to separate us from our wealth, because that's really it, right? Every moment they're trying to separate us from our wealth. Oh, you made $10? Actually, made 5. Right? That's what's going on, and it's really time theft, right? They're separating us. Now I have to work 2 hours, 2 hours away from my child. Exponentially, right? So it's crazy when I was watching, rewatching the foundation course. He who lives, right? This, what is it? Sesui QV Act, right? These are death, right? It means he who lives, but they're death contracts, right? It's how they separated us from, legal and physical bodies, spiritual body. It's so wild to me. And yeah, if you don't want to be the product anymore, livestock. That's what they think of us. These people fucking hate us. These banking families, right? It's been, an incredible, brilliant, really brilliant, brilliantly evil, what's been done, and it's not even about me. I don't even have kids, right? But I'm thinking about them already. Like I will not, I refuse to promise them. I will not promise their life force so I can have what I want now. It used to be the other way around. We sacrifice so our kids can have better, and it's, I know, like, my parents are boomers, I don't ever want to come off offensive, but it's very simply a math game, right? The boomers want their retirement. It's happening right now. They're retiring now, right? And there are more of them than us. Could we possibly produce, like, it's literally a math and energy game, and we're seeing it happen. We're witnessing it. Some people, if you couldn't prepare, couldn't earn, right, enough to set your life up to be comfortable, you're gonna have to work 10 more years. You'll retire at 70. Sorry. That's how the time theft, that's literally the time theft. And yeah, it's imperative. There's a lot of things that are imperative, right? I see having kids as almost a duty, national duty, because we need to produce more of us, to continue, continue on, and yeah, and shift into not promising the life force, right, of the next. And I think that's what everyone here is doing now, right? Is we're making sure that we come correct so that our children can have easier and better and have just a leg up on us, so I love to see it, happy to see it. And yeah, she plugged me here. If anyone wants to reach out, have any questions, can gold and silver be put into a trust? Yes, they can. Yes, they can. I'm not the expert on the ins and outs of trust, but yes, it's an asset class, right? You don't necessarily want to dig a hole and bury it, right? There are definitely ways to protect it still. But yeah, just, presenting it as an option. This is the way for me, as many people as I can touch with the metals, and to urge people, to ditch the fiat, because, of course it's necessary. I need to have fiat to get to the metal, right? But essentially every ounce that I buy is telling the Fed, here, you deal with the dollars. I reject it. I want it, right? And imagine if everyone did that, right? And slowly but surely, it can't, no one person on the earth could hoard enough silver to upset the system, right? It has to be all of us together. And it's really education, it's recognizing real versus men playing God. That's what the dollar was, And yeah, that's all I have to say about that before I rant on and on, obviously, because I could talk about it till the cows come home, but I know there are other speakers that are.
You're so passionate, and you give so much thanks. Can y'all show Bianca some love in the chat box? Make sure you connect with her. She's awesome, and if you're wanting to connect with someone you can trust, right? Because this all comes down to trust, and putting your metals and everything into a trust. So definitely make sure you connect with Bianca, and the video that she mentioned, I'll share it in the Telegram. Email it out. Trust me, all of you have asked the same question. You will get the resources. You will get the materials mentioned here. You will get the videos. We'll put it in the Telegram. All right. So thank you so much, Bianca. Truly appreciate
You're
you.
welcome.
As
Thank you for
always,
having
a
me.
breath of fresh air, per usual.
Yeah, love it, love it. Thank you. Loving all the great energy to you guys. Thank you for listening to me rant.
Yes, yes. All right. Definitely mute your mics. I believe that I'm hearing some background noise. And we have our next guest speaker. Y'all ready? Let me know if you're ready for our next guest speaker. We are bringing in Gary Gilligan, who is going to be speaking on NFT trust and boycotting the fiat system. Say ready, ready, ready if you're ready. Listen, y'all, I told you it's jam packed today. You are getting all the information, and what do you need to do? Let me see if you know. I'll know if y'all are paying attention. Apply it exactly. That's right. You're getting all the information. So if you need to, at times, I know we don't have a lot of breaks squeezed in here, but if you need to, turn your camera off for a second, stretch, grab some water, do what you got to do. But you will get the replay, so don't worry about it. All right, so we are bringing Gary in. And I love it. I love it. Welcome, welcome, Gary.
What's up, Dion? Thanks so much. Gosh, welcome everybody. Wow, I feel a little bit humbled after following all of these amazing women. Geez, good stuff, guys. Oh my gosh. And I'll tell you right now, I've been buying gold and silver since 2006. Oh my gosh, I'm so dang old. But such a phenomenal foundation for your financial house is having gold and silver. Talking about land today, making an investment, building your compound, building your own kingdom. Again, thanks so much, Dion. It's been such a great blessing in my life this year to have found you and following you, and just having the honor to speak and share truth and light with everybody on the channel. What I'm going to share with you guys today, I've just been hearing a lot about it in today's call, are trusts. Just the power of trust, and then also now integrating trust into the new metaverse. Oh, can you allow me to share my screen?
Yes, my apologies. Absolutely. We definitely need that. All right, you got it.
All right, guys, I definitely need a bit of structure or I will ramble all day. So I've got this nice keynote for you guys, how to secure your sovereignty using using trust, NFTs, and the metaverse to further distance yourself from the matrix. Saw some chats talking about, crypto and trust, storing gold and silver in trust. I'm going to cover all of that with you guys today. So in this talk, I'm going to share with you guys how the matrix works, the power of the metaverse, this brand new jurisdiction that is just in the last, 18 months, this has manifested, and then how to use the metaverse and NFTs to secure your sovereignty. A little bit about me. I go by G. My given name was Gary Brian Gilligan. I am a crypto investor and entrepreneur. I've been a Bitcoin investor since 2017. It might hurt Bianca's feelings, but I actually sold all of my metals back in 2017 and went all in on crypto. I love gold and silver, but if I'm trying to move to Mexico with a freaking dump truck full of silver, it's getting stolen. And then again, just like everybody, I'm a free man, made in the image of God and blessed with the domain over my reality. Guys, I want you to imagine something. Okay, imagine that we're all playing this game called life. Okay, and we can break life down into these 5 core areas of health, wealth, relationships, spirituality, purpose, and passion. Okay, in this training, we're going to mostly focus on the wealth aspect, because one of my mentors once said that really stuck with me is creating wealth does create a certain level of freedom. It allows you freedom to spend more time diving into this sort of information, studying, doing things that you love so that you're not stuck in that rat race. You're not stressed out about where your next paycheck's going to come from, how you're going to cover the bills and things like that. So for me, at least, focusing on wealth is so vitally important to every other area of your life. Okay, so imagine playing the game of money like playing the game of Monopoly. Okay, do you expect to ever win the game, let alone master it, if you don't know the rules? So we're constantly bombarded by contracts these days. Contracts are rules. They're terms and conditions of the game that you're playing, whether it's the game that you're playing by using a phone. How many of you guys have ever gone through the terms and conditions of an iOS software update, where just by playing the game, you're giving them access to data on your phone? Well, again, just like the game of money, if you don't understand the rules, how can you ever expect to win it, let alone master it? So were any of you ever taught the rules? I know when I went to high school, I don't remember, I think it was Trisha talking about someone dropped out of college. I dropped out of high school. I still don't even know how to use a comma. Okay, so I know they didn't teach me about taxes or a difference between an S corp and a C corp. What's a trust? What's an express trust? All of these different things. Okay. What if I told you that there's more than one set of rules to this game of Monopoly? Okay, so I don't know if any of you guys have ever seen this image before. It's a little bit blurry, but there are three main types of rules that I'm going to focus on my talk. The first is the rules for the slaves. Okay, so statutes and codes, W-2 status, and all other corporations. Okay, then you have the rules for the rulers, and that's jurisdiction and law. And then you have the higher rules, the rules of the gods. So trust law, ecclesiastical law, common law, and the like. Okay, but the very best part, for me at least, is you can start playing the game at the highest level whenever you want. Okay, to play at the rules of the gods is for everyone who claims it. I think it was Jilly talking about, this is a process of reclaiming, just reclaiming things, guys. It's just a game. And herein lies the game. You must claim your birthright. You must, like they were talking about, you must authenticate your birth certificate. You must learn how to file an affidavit. You must learn how notaries work and how they work in your favor. And actually that all of these rules, they're meant to support you. They're meant for us to use. But again, if we're ignorant to these rules and how to use them, how can we ever be and express our innate power? Okay, because ignorance is no excuse for the law. If you don't know how to play the game and you walk into their court, they're going to walk all over you. And once you've woken up, you can't go back to sleep. So as you go down this rabbit hole and you learn the information that we're all sharing with you, you can't go back to sleep. And if you try to go back to sleep, what I found is you often get stimulated by pain. Like Dion was talking about, I think Jilly as well, is, having cars repossessed and things like that. Because if you try to go back to sleep, or you stay in one of those phases, the child phase or the adolescent phase, if you stay in those phases and you don't evolve and you don't move forward, again, you're going to get walked all over. Okay, when you decide to claim your birthright, you must start playing the game at a different level. You must have your affairs in order. You must declare your status. You must start playing with a different piece on the board. Very key, guys. Remember when I told you that the game of money was a lot like the game of Monopoly? One of the first steps in the game of Monopoly is choosing your game piece. When you decide to play the game at the higher levels, you must stop using the game piece used on the lower levels. So the lower levels of the game is your social security number or your person. And the higher level is a trust. Okay, so I've heard it talked about quite a bit on today's call is the straw man. That's the piece that was given to you when you were born. Soon as you were born, I remember I pulled my son out, and within 5 minutes, I'm signing a document. And you got emotions are high, you know, there's stress going on. And then here they are over there, sign on the dotted line. And again, did we read the terms and conditions? No. So they gave you your game piece instead of you choosing it on your own. And so many people aren't even aware that the straw man is not them. So they're identifying with the straw man. And by identifying with the straw man or the person, you are therefore accepting liability for all of the business and debts of the straw man. Okay, but again, the best part is you can change your piece at any time. Okay, so by raise of hands in the chats here, how many of you guys have or have heard of a private irrevocable trust or express trust? There's a lot of different names from. Or I guess you guys are type 111 or 222 or whatever you want in the chat. Okay, very important. A trust is the type of piece that the experts are using in the game. So all of the people playing at the highest levels, they're all using the trust. They all understand that there are different rules to this same game that we're all playing. Okay, so I'm not going to go deep into details on how trusts work. Again, you can just go take notes, express trust, okay, private trust. I think Jilly was talking about the 501c1a trust. Just YouTube it or Google it. There's a lot of great information. But I will, a little caveat, so important that you set your trust up the right way the first time. So vitally important that it is set up so that it gives you a stronger barrier should someone try to pierce that trust. Okay, but no, if you don't, you need to get this. To me, and actually, you know, the flow chart that Dion shared with us at the very beginning that I can't wait to get my hands on, that is a perfect step-by-step system to get this done, and you know, setting up a trust a little further down the road. But now that I've even seen those steps, that's how I would advocate that everybody go through those steps. But trust nonetheless, very important. Okay, once you have your trust and have moved all of your entities and assets over to it, the next step is the jurisdiction under which it is registered. And that's what I want to focus on with you guys today. Okay, the codes, statutes, and law in our current reality depend on two things to stay alive. Okay, number one is consent, and number two is jurisdiction. Okay, so the definition of consent is when a person voluntarily and willfully agrees to undertake an action that another person suggests. So doing what someone else tells you to do voluntarily. It's that simple. Okay, so if we just all stop paying our taxes and we just all stop consenting to their game would crumble. And I'll tell you what, guys, I've been on this path since 2006. And I've been called crazy by everybody. Everybody in my family thought I was crazy. And then 12, 16 years later, geez, I don't even know the time anymore. Now more than ever, I'm seeing people just wake up. There is a fire burning as the old system continues to spread its corruption and its lies. More and more people are waking up. Okay. Not only do they need consent, but they need jurisdiction. Jurisdiction is the power of a court to adjudicate cases and issue orders. No jurisdiction, no case. Okay, jurisdiction, territory within which a court or government agency may properly exercise its power. So, and I see this all the time in crypto. Okay, the United States, okay, the federal courts, they might file a cease and desist with a company, let's say in South Africa, But just because they got that piece of paper in the mail, they don't have to do anything that the federal government says, because the federal government has no jurisdiction in South Africa. The same as I live in the state of Idaho. Idaho has no jurisdiction in the state of Utah. So if we understand how these words and concepts and constructs work, again, we can take back our power and we can actually use it to our benefit. Okay, again, no jurisdiction, no power. No jurisdiction, no case. Okay, and as corrupt and as sinister as they might be, they do have a code of ethics that they follow. They do think that they are doing honorable work. So forgive them, for they know not what they do. Okay, our goal is just to use these rules to our benefit. Most people, when they go into court and they're playing the game, they don't understand the laws and rules and the codes of ethics. If you can just put the ball back in their court, they will surrender. You just have to be smart about it. Okay, jurisdiction is the weakness we will exploit. Because again, no jurisdiction, no power. No jurisdiction, no case. Okay, in 1997, 2 years before the movie The Matrix was released, a book titled The Sovereign Individual was released. In this book, they talk about technology, especially computing technology, and how it would render the current nation states obsolete. Okay, and then just one of my favorite parts from the book was, again, in that book, it talks about, again, that book was written in 1997. And they were talking about in the future, there would be these online virtual communities, almost like these PMAs, but they are online and they are in virtual jurisdictions, which no nation state will have access to. And then, middle 2020, and in 2021, this thing called the metaverse really started taking off. Okay, states that I just talked about that. Fast forward 25 years. Welcome to the metaverse. Now we're here. Okay, so the metaverse. In futurism and science fiction, the metaverse is a hypothetical iteration of the internet as a single, universal, and immersive virtual world that is facilitated by the use of virtual reality and augmented reality headsets. Okay, in colloquial use, a metaverse is a network of 3D virtual worlds focused on social connection. The term metaverse originated in the 1992 science fiction novel Snow Crash as a portmanteau of meta and universe. Okay, I'm not going to go too much more into that. Okay, the metaverse is a reality where the nation states cannot gain jurisdiction because of the decentralized nature of that. And again, you can just go on to YouTube and start YouTubing what does decentralization mean. Okay, try as they may, through their fear and intimidation, they cannot access this new metaverse. Okay, their world has it's already been replaced, guys. There's already a new world that's emerging right now as their world crumbles. Okay, once you've registered your trust in the metaverse in the form of an NFT, you have staked your claim and have claimed your status. So right now, if you have just a paper trust, okay, that paper trust is still, its jurisdiction still remains in the third dimension. So they will try to get at it. Whereas the metaverse is another dimension. It is a digital virtual dimension that they cannot get into. I cannot stress that enough. Okay, the metaverse is a world built on the values of everything we're talking about today: freedom, liberty, cooperation, peace, harmony. Okay, I certainly don't expect you guys to understand everything that I've shared with you as far as the metaverse and NFTs and cryptocurrencies go, but we'll see just whose minds have accepted the seeds I've spread. Okay, If you'd like to learn more, reach out. Okay, what do we do at Galactic Trust? We teach our members how to get out of the nation state system by adopting and using cryptocurrencies. Again, consent. Now there is a new system in which you don't have to use their dollars anymore. You don't have to preserve your economic or commercial energy in their dollars anymore. And now if we get more people to just use this new system, again, it takes power out of their system. And secondly, we help people set up trusts and then turn those trusts into NFTs and register in the metaverse. Okay, and actually, this is what I did the last time I talked. I want to show you guys just how simple this actually is. I'm going to show you an example of my NFT trust. So OpenSea here, this is an open network or an open marketplace for NFTs. So I have a trust, Galactic Trust, and my trust is registered as an NFT on a blockchain. Okay. And it's also stored all on my phone. So I can just go to my phone and I can open this thing called a wallet. It's a MetaMask wallet. I just go right here to OpenSea where I would log in. Okay, just scan that QR code with the app on my phone. And I'm telling you, the technology behind all of these apps, the security behind it. I don't know if you guys know this, but every single day, major banks all around the world are hacked for millions and millions of dollars that they would never tell you about. But the technology that backs this up is infinitely more secure. So I would never worry about anybody hacking me or trying to steal this trust because they don't have the keys to the castle. Okay, so I just come in here to my profile. Okay, here are some of the other NFTs that this trust owns, talking about ownership under a trust, but here's the trust right here. So I would just pull this up and it gives you all the data about the trust. So just like on a dollar or most other documents, you have some sort of number that verifies that document. And the same thing I have in here. Okay, so if I come down here to details, okay, contract address, token ID, all of these things, it cannot be counterfeited. Okay, it cannot be counterfeited. It cannot be subpoenaed. In fact, besides you guys and anybody that I would share with, nobody knows that I even have this. Okay, also I can tokenize this. So let's say I've got a really good business idea and I need to raise $1 million. I can actually tokenize my trust and sell fractional ownership of it or bring in new investors or trustees through tokenizing it. So that's just the tip of the iceberg. There are so many benefits to turning a trust into an NFT. Okay, but I'm not going to bore you with all that stuff. Okay, because at the end of the day, guys, in a revolution, and that's what we're in right now, guys, it's not like it's going to happen. It is happening. And every week it gets crazier and crazier. The heat from the fire is getting hotter and hotter every single week until their system implodes, because their system is built on the foundation of lies, fraud, corruption, manipulation, and any system like that is bound to fail. And the most valuable tool we have in a revolution is boycott. Again, just take away the consent. Stop using their dollars. Stop doing what they're telling you to do. Just like more and more people every day are waking up to. Stop using their money. Stop playing the game at the lower level. Stop being a debt slave. Stop being an information slave, believing everything that you're told through the media, everything that you're told from people whose lives you wouldn't trade with. If I wouldn't trade my life with someone, I take their advice with a grain of salt. Okay, in closing, have faith, guys. Have faith and trust more than anything that this whole game, it's unfolding more perfectly than we could ever understand. Okay, and forgive them, for they know not what they do. Because even the Trumps, the Bidens, the politicians, guys, they don't know. They think that they're doing the right thing. So it's not about being angry and resentful and out protesting. It's about just seeing through it and then getting your affairs in order so that you will reclaim your status, that you are an infinite spiritual being, that you are made in the image of God, that you are God, that we are gods and goddesses, and that we are here to create a utopia on this planet, in this reality. And part of the storyline is the one that we're playing out right now. We came here, we were birthed in or born in ignorance. And it is part of the game that we remember these things and that we reclaim our power. But don't get caught up in giving your power through anger and resentment to them, because that's what they want. Fear and anger are disempowering states to be in, and that's what they want. They want you afraid and angry, because then you're easily manipulated. When you get your affairs in order and you realize, I am God, I am the creator of my reality, and you take responsibility for your life, then you can kind of look at their system and kind of laugh at it because you see through it. And then you become the master of your reality. Okay, get your house order before it's too late. One last thing, follow me. Follow me, Gary Gilgan on Instagram, Galactic Network. If you scan that QR code, you can go get a free 8-part video series in our Discord. It will show you how to set all of your crypto accounts up. It will show you how to buy crypto. It's 100% free. We're always adding new stuff to it. But yeah, go follow that stuff and let's have fun together. All right, thanks, guys. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Dion. You're the best. Oh, and anybody have any questions? There we go. Questions. There we go.
Thank you so much, Gary. Truly appreciate you. Oh, so many thoughts and everything coming through my mind that you just shared. Goodness gracious. Any questions before we move on? I see some coming through the chat box.
I did see a question about if I scroll up, can you put your trust into an NFT without using or trading crypto? You don't have to necessarily use or trade crypto, but an NFT is in the crypto space. So someone else brought it down here, Polygon. So Polygon is the network or the blockchain that my NFT resides on. And so, yeah, you're going to have to be somewhat familiar. Look at it like this. You're still always going to have that paper trust. The NFT and the registering it in the metaverse, to me, it's just another layer of protection. It's another layer of privacy and also functionality that comes with it. So yeah, you're going to have some sort of knowledge and familiarity. Again, just go to that Discord. We teach. If I can do it, high school dropout doesn't even know how to use a comma. You can do it, I promise. Okay, any other questions? Polygon's a really good network because the network fees are quite low and it's a lot faster than others. A physical ledger for your crypto. Are you talking about a Ledger Nano, the wallet? Because I would not recommend that. What I recommend is just getting an old phone. Getting an old phone as your wallet. But that's pretty advanced for people that are new here and maybe don't know very much about crypto. So most people won't know what a ledger is. Galactic, it's Galactic with an X. What cryptocurrency do you recommend over all others? XRP, number one, the Trojan horse, I believe. Tell them all about ISO 2022, YouTube ISO 2022, and XRP is the number one coin of ISO 2022. Can you put the barcode back up? Of course I can. There you go. Let's see. I hope I didn't lose the chat. Nope. Okay. Ripple XRP. There you go. I told you that. What else we got? That do you earn crypto without? How do you earn crypto without fiat? Well, you need fiat to buy the crypto. So you got to exchange the dollars for the crypto. But here's the thing to that point is, this is a revolutionary new space. This is the natural evolution of money, in my opinion. We live in a digital virtual world. We're all having a meeting right now, digital virtual. So it only makes sense that our money would evolve to a digital virtual money. In fact, it already is. How many of you guys keep your entire bank balance in a safe in your house? You don't. You keep it in the bank. They don't even have it physically at the bank. It's all stored on your phone on the app, so you can look at it. So it's already here. But for us, I think everybody in this group, we value privacy. I really value privacy. So for me, I don't want anybody knowing how much money I've got. And not only that, but I'll tell you what, the banks are not on your team. They are in bed with the government. So if the government, be it, family court, tax court, civil court, whatever it is, they can issue an order to the bank saying, freeze that person's account. Well, I don't like that. With crypto, no one can do that. Okay, XRP, yep, I know it. I know my stuff for sure. How do you, oh, okay. But anyways, going back to this, and with this new system, the yields are incredible. So once you do trade your fiat for the crypto, there are so many opportunities to earn absolutely incredible returns on your money versus that, 0.01% that the bank might give you and a lollipop for opening the account, Okay, how do you attain all these assets like gold, silver without using fiat? You don't, because fiat, that's the coupon. You can't buy gold and silver with, peace and love, that's for sure. Okay, Ledger Nano, yes, again, I don't use a Ledger Nano. I just use an old phone. XRP, love it that you guys love the XRP. We're definitely all best friends here. Definitely all best friends, and it's a great price to get in. I could show you guys a website that show it would not take very much for you to be in the 0.1% of the planet right now. Because I'm telling you, once this switch flips, this is how I see things playing out, guys, is the dollar is going to crash. It's going to go to zero. It is a mathematical certainty. As they print more and more, I don't really pay attention, but that whole inflation act thingy-majigger that they were announcing, $800 billion, or every time they announce that they're printing money, I am jumping for joy, because that just means the dollar is going to start crashing. As the price of gas and groceries doubles, that's not the value doubling. That's the value of the dollar losing 50%, because now it takes twice as much piece of paper to buy the same gallon of gas or gallon of milk. It's a paradigm shift you've got to see. That dollar is crashing. And as it continues, that bloody crash, more and more people are going to wake up. And when you get your paycheck and that paycheck buys significantly less than it did last week, you're going to start looking for a solution. And that's when people are going to start going into gold and silver. I think especially the older generations, because that's what their safe haven is. But millennials and Gen X and Gen Z, they're going to crypto. That's just what the data is telling us. Okay, because they are very versed in the digital virtual world. And so you still have a very brief opportunity to get in before the masses do. Because once the masses wake up and they start hoarding in, or I should say rushing in, it's too late. It's too late. Okay, yep, you can buy on crypto.com. Is Ethereum worth investing in? I don't personally think so. Just because of the fundamentals, it's a slow network and the fees are very expensive. So I don't think so. Okay, red pill. I eat red pills for breakfast, guys. Are your wallet private keys less secure in a mobile? No, because your private keys are stored on a piece of paper. One second, let me grab this for you guys. All right, when you go to that Discord, when you get that QR code, you're going to get all of these worksheets that me and my team created. Okay, so right here, when you go set up an Exodus wallet, okay, you're going to write your private keys right here. You're never going to store them on your phone. You're never going to store them anywhere digital, virtual, or where they could be compromised. But that's what really creates the security for crypto wallets, not the hardware itself. Because remember, a Ledger Nano is still a software wallet contained on a hardware device. Okay, but I'm not going to go too deep into that and confuse everybody. Okay, what do you know about the quantum financial system? We're already living in it. And yeah, computing is going to keep evolving and advancing. And what I've noticed in the last 5 years that I've been in crypto is again, guys, I cannot stress this enough. Everything in our reality is here to support us. It is here for us if you choose to look at it like that. I choose to look at this crumbling system. In the last 2 years since COVID, I've made more money than ever before. I'm more free than ever before in my mind and in my soul. Okay, so you can choose to play the game and go down with their ship full of anger and resentment and victim mentality, or you can choose to take responsibility and you can take back your sovereignty and you can start playing the game at a whole nother level. But when quantum computing comes out and goes into mass adoption, it's only going to benefit and make these networks even more secure. Okay, F the banks. Yep. All right. I agree with that. Okay. Stellar, excellent coin, nice. I like a lot of crypto people. Binance is a great exchange if you're outside of the US. Inside of the US, if you're a US client, it's very limited on what coins you can buy. What is fiat? Fiat is the name of the dollar or the system that we use. Fiat, I believe it's a Latin word that means it shall be done, or do what we tell you to do, something like that. Again, Google. Okay, yes, don't keep private keys on your phone. They're able to have blah, blah, blah. That's right. Write them down, make 3 copies, keep them safe, real safe. Don't tell anybody you got it. Okay, I got some NFTs on Polygon. Look at Zoot cases. All right. Peace and love to you. Hell yeah, XRP. Yeah, a lot of XRP, guys. Love it. I love ADA 2 Dash. I wouldn't ditch anything now unless you're in profit. How do I get KRP? I think you meant XRP. Again, follow that QR code. Video series, you get to listen to my weird ass tell you how to buy crypto. Okay, what platform? Just told you. Haven't Uphold app. I don't use Uphold, so I can't tell you. I'm gonna be a billionaire. Nice. Nice. That's what I'm talking about. All right, ETH is good. BTC good. All right. Okay, why not Ledger? Just told you. XRP's at 33 cents, guys. Such a great deal. Such a great deal. Okay, agreed. Buy on. I don't know if you're a US client. I don't know if you can use crypto.com to buy XRP. I could be wrong, because since they got in this whole SEC debacle, most all US based exchanges or any exchange doing business with US clients has halted XRP trading. But you can get on MXC. Again, link is in the Discord. Exodus is a great phone. Yes, the very best, I think. The very best. Okay, we got that. I don't know if I'm reading these same. Geez, 99 messages. You guys really like me. Train is leaving the station. It hasn't left yet, guys. FTX, 8%. So a lot of these platforms can get phenomenal returns, okay? Is there a tutorial on how to buy XRP? I'll tell you what, I will make a tutorial and put it in the Discord on how exactly step-by-step to buy XRP, okay? Go join the Discord. Okay, Rosie Rios. That's right, Rosie Rios. What was she? big part of government, big part of government. And now she's on, I think, like the Treasury or something. Yes, you guys know a lot about XRP. That lets me know I made the right move. I actually got XRP at half a penny. So loving it. Okay. How old should the phone be? I don't know. I have an iPhone 7 that I gave my son that he has some crypto on. So even an iPhone 7 still supports it. Here's the key, guys, is that it's an old phone, so it doesn't have service. So you're just connecting it to Wi-Fi. But again, it does have to support the newer software updates when they come through. So yeah, it doesn't need to be super old. Just it needs to fit your budget. That's what the better thing should be. Just get a different phone that you only use for crypto. Because again, and I don't want to blabber too much because I don't know how much everybody knows about crypto, but I use just my phone for everything. I don't use a laptop. I use a phone and an iPad. And so the limitations with a ledger is that it only supports a limited number of cryptos. So with my phone, I can get all of the wallets that I need and ever will need. So it doesn't render my hardware obsolete. Okay. Actually, I posted the link. Let's see if the link is still there. Excuse me. Oh, now I just went way down. Yes, you can buy it on KuCoin as well. Oh my gosh. But what I was saying is, if you want to know about fiat, go watch that link. And so awesome that Bianca shared it too. Hidden Secrets of Money. Mike Maloney. He was the
questions
Recording in
to see
progress.
where everybody is at. I want to talk about really invoking our rights, and I want to share my experience that I had with invoking my rights and the difficulties between the bias of the mind and the guidance of the heart that I experienced. I'm still a little excited about Gary's story, by the way. Gary, I don't know right now if I need to be more excited about crypto or autonomy, but you awakened the inspiration again. So thank you very much for that. And all the speakers, I'm really excited to be with all of you here, and it really warms up my heart, and I really get a sense of there's hope because so many people are speaking from their essence, from their core, and what everybody shares really helps the collective. And speaking about the collective, I know for a fact that we all share a non-local heart field, everybody on this call. So whether you are consciously aware of it or not, we are all connected. There's a visual, and the heart field is non-local, so we resonate with each other. Talking about resonance, I'm not going to share, I'm just, let me repeat that. Each and every one authority.
Recording in
we
progress.
are being taught that we have no rights, that we have to obey the law. But as a human being and a living man, you are above legal law for as long as you do not harm anybody, take no shit from anybody, and do not take anybody else's possession. It's as simple as that. If you obey that, if you allow everybody to expand on planet Earth, to expand their soul growth, to really have this magical journey on this planet where we're all equal, we are really starting to create another community, another humanity. So what I found on my journey is that the biases in my head are holding me back, are telling me why I can't, why it is not so, what I need to obey to. But my heart is directing me in the right direction, and it's telling me it is your divine right. You can travel freely. So I have a few minutes left. You have divine authority when you invoke your rights. And I highly suggest that you start reading the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. If you want, I can send you a copy. There's 30 of them. And when you read it, it's beautiful. Your heart will open up. And these Universal Declaration of Rights do not exist by coincidence. They exist because we learned from the past and we want to prevent from happening what we will avoid from happening at this very moment. So please help other people wake up. Do not see the system as your enemy. There's people in that system that want to be liberated. Share your experience. Share how to invoke your rights. Be careful not to engage in a contract. With a contract, you can give away your rights. And also start to discern what silent consent is. Gary, I heard you talk about jurisdiction and consent, spot on. But there is such a thing as silent consent. And silent consent means that if you do not invoke your rights, you do not have any rights. So learn to invoke your rights and learn to experience the magnificent journey that enables your soul growth on this beautiful planet where we are all equal, and share it with your fellow living men, and let's create the humanity that we envisioned when we came in. Any questions?
I love it. Oh my gosh, Paul, thank you so, so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. There's a
Wow.
lot to share, but yeah, there's only 30 minutes.
You did a great job. Please, please connect with Paul. I am going to share his declaration and information in our Telegram group. All of this,
Yeah.
of course, saying it again. You'll get the recording of it, and it's for a lifetime. I don't have a stop clock on, the amount of times you can listen to this conference and the guest speakers. It's for a lifetime because I want you all to go away to teach your children and share this. You put it on a flash drive even if you need to make sure that they get it so that this information always stays with us. So definitely if you have any questions before Paul goes and we bring on another guest speaker, put in the chat box. So much love for you in the chat box, Paul.
Yeah, I
Can you show
appreciate
us
it.
your
And
document
please,
again?
yeah,
Your
I'm
passport?
not more special than you. I can tell you the first time I traveled to the US, I was scared as hell, really, because I was shaking. I was at the desk of that customs officer,
TSA.
and I wasn't sure at all. But then when it worked, it really ignited something in me, like, oh my God. And I started to become aware of the disconnect between the biased mind and really the guidance of the heart. So your heart is your biggest guidance on this magnificent journey of being an autonomous being.
Yes, yes. I know some in the chat box, someone asked, like, is this the best way to contact you? I know you're not heavily on Instagram like that. Paul's very private, y'all. That's why I said we had a special guest speaker that, a special appearance, a surprise. He wasn't actually on the flyer because he likes to remain private, and I respect that. So definitely connect with him via email. Oh, it's amazing.
Here's the passport again. No, I did not create this myself. I did some research. There's multiple ways how to correct your birth status. There's a whole lot I can tell you about the common law court and about what is lawful and what is legal. There's different procedures that you can do. One of them has been talked about on this conference. There's also, you can do through the common law court. There's beneficiary acceptance of your birth trust legacy, and there's other methods as well. So, but as a divine authority, you will have to walk your own path, and oh boy, is it an adventure. And it will enable you to create, to make your dreams come true. For me, it did. I'm so grateful that I was able to visit my partner again after being months stuck at home where I was not able to travel. I was so grateful that I promised myself I would share it. So here we go.
Truly, truly
Who issued
appreciate
the
you.
passport? You do. Your vis-a-vis is the highest authority. You issue the passport. You can create anything. The real ID is mandatory 2023. This is a bias of the mind. You don't know what you don't know. There's a legal system, and Gary, you showed a Monopoly game. That's within the Monopoly game. But the procedure that I followed of beneficiary acceptance, you do not waive any rights of the natural person. So literally, I gained more authority because I can speak up as a living man and invoke my rights. And when I choose to, I can point to the natural person, the legal entity. So whenever there will be another passport or another invention like this, or digital identity or whatever, it doesn't matter. It comes out of commerce. This is above the legal law, as long as you do not harm others. So it doesn't matter what they come up with. And this is part of why I'm sharing it, because if we say so, it is so. We create what is lawful.
That's
Your
right.
instrument, your jurisdiction. Exactly. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dion, for giving me the opportunity to share my experience. And yeah, everybody be well.
We meet
paying liability insurance on my vehicles, blah, blah, blah. And it was saying that if I did not show proof of at least liability insurance, that my insurance was going to be suspended effective May 15th. And I was just like, this letter is BS. I have to have, my vehicle has to be in compliance for work. So how can I know? I've been with my insurance company for over 10 years. There's no way. I called my insurance company, and because of all the stress that I had been going through, I had missed one payment in November. And so one payment, they actually canceled the policy, and they didn't send me documentation that they canceled it. So from December until May, when I called, I had no insurance coverage on my vehicle. And so I was just like, oh my gosh, I can't believe, like, what is wrong with me? And that again goes back to me, fighting for my job, like learning a new position, doing all these things, learning this information about, my status and who I am, and really, allowing the death and rebirth of myself to emerge. So I got into compliance with my insurance that same day that I called back in May. And so then 2 weeks ago, after leaving the craniosacral therapist, I went from a long day at work. It was like 9 p.m. at night, and I'm in a different city, and I get pulled over, and I'm like, what the fuck am I getting pulled over for? And so I'm feeling good because I didn't just got my craniosacral therapy. I didn't went for a walk before, I'm just feeling real good. And so when the officer comes and she tells me, I pulled you over because your license plate is suspended. And I'm like, that can't be. I got immediately aired again. I'm like, no, that can't. My license plate is not suspended. And she was like, yeah. She's like, can I see your driver's license and insurance? So I show her my work ID and my driver's license, and she says, okay, oh, you work for, go see your driver's license. Now people think like they give us breaks. Like technically no one gets a break, but it's a courtesy that can happen. So I'm in another city, and I'm feeling, she's like, okay, well, when you find proof of insurance, wave it out the window. And I'm thinking like, well, I just showed you my work ID, isn't that enough? Right? Like I got kind of like arrogant, and I could see how like my emotions were kind of starting to rev up, and said, she's just doing her job. Let her, because obviously I have to be in compliance. But then I'm glad that situation happened, because what happened was my license plate was suspended, and I didn't read the letter thoroughly, which said that even though I had proof of liability, I had to pay $100 reinstatement fee. So again, part of self-care is like reading thoroughly and having the capacity to read. Like sometimes if you had a long day, if you're a mom, you're a father, you're a wife, you're a husband, your sister, brother, all these factors can impact us energetically. So because I had so much going on, and I was just like, so, and I kind of was like, oh my God, I can't believe that. What's wrong? And so I was kind of beating myself up. I said, listen, and I was like, well, why would she ask me for my insurance? So I kind of got arrogant. I was like, she's just doing her job. She has a body camera on. She has to go through the steps or whatever. So I just was realizing, I was like, oh wait, like this happened like 2 weeks ago. I was like, wait, I'm going to share this with you guys on the conference, because when we do have these legal documents, right, we need to read thoroughly. And so we have to also be in a space mentally, emotionally, and spiritually to receive the information. For me, I read out loud. I underline with a different color pen, so to help with my eyesight. And the thing was, I had that same part that said you will be required to pay the Secretary of State $100 reinstatement fee to remove the suspension of your registration. So I'm very dramatic. So I called the work the next day. I was like, I'm going to be late. So I have to go and reinstate my vehicle. Like, okay. So it was simple. I had to do it. But I was thinking, if you guys think, why didn't you send a letter saying that I was suspended at this point, which I do think I'm like a conspiracy. I'm like, everything is conspiracy against me. So I'm like, this is personal. Like, why would you not send me a letter, telling me that the suspension had took place? Like, you sent the letter of notice. Anyway, I guess they figured they put in the first line. So that I share all that to say, it's like right now there's a lot going on in the world. There's a lot of information. There's a lot of, just in the collective. Then there's the things that in our home. So what do you have to figure out what it is that you need to do daily to keep yourself alignment and alignment. A lot of times we take care of our exterior, we take care of our physical body, we take care of our mental body. Everything's compartmentalized. But to really sail forward and get through this process, we need to harmonize every aspect of us so we can move forward. So for instance, like because I'm dealing with a lot of energy, I take a lot of sea salt baths. I have a lot of time where I get out of serious mode and I allow myself to play, connect to my heart, do things. Everything is done with intentional and almost like sacred and ritual. Like, okay, what is it today that I did to connect to my inner child? I know that earlier Trish talked about the inner child. I wasn't on earlier, but I was at the last conference, and I know she talked about the inner child. We are multidimensional beings. And so the past, present, and future exist simultaneously. So a lot of the triggers that are happening is because your inner child. And a lot of times when you get into these pissing contests or these pissing match, you now triggered the official or the seemingly authority inner child. So now it becomes like this battle when everyone's acting childish. So no one hears anything, but it's through dialogue, heart to heart dialogue, that things can make a difference. Dion, how am I doing on time?
You're doing fine. About 5 minutes.
Okay. I can do 5 minutes and open it up for questions, or I can do I can share the story of the juvenile that I shared with you the other day.
Let's ask the audience. Do you want her to share the story, or should we open it up for questions?
Okay, story. Okay. Okay, so my position right now as a detective is I process juvenile arrestees. And so that means any juvenile that is, I'm getting some feedback, somebody might not be on mute. Deanna, somebody's not on mute. Okay, thanks. And so through processing juvenile arrestees, so that means an officer, patrol officer, or another detective, if they get a juvenile in custody, I process them. And so that means the arresting process. And last week Monday, I got a 14-year-old first arrest, and the case was burglary of a grocery store. And so I've been doing this position for since May. And so I've done like maybe 16 juvenile arrestees. And for the first time, because I'm present, because I'm every, I wake up early. I do a routine. I like I said, I'm Buddhist, so I chant an hour before going to work so I can deal with these people, not the citizens, my coworkers. And then I do yoga to get back into my body. I have a list of gratitude. I say every morning when I wake up, I say thank you for letting me wake up and see another day. Gratitude really cultivates a different frequency. So anyway, back to the story. So I'm feeling good today. I'm like, it's Monday. I'm feeling good. And so I look at for the first time, I have the case report and the arrest report side by side, and I'm noticing so many inconsistencies. I'll let you do that interpretation of what inconsistencies mean. So immediately, because I'm very sensitive, the right side of my body started kind of like hurting. It was almost like somebody was holding me down. So I was like, okay. I went to the supervisor. I said, hey, sir, I'm noticing some inconsistencies in this report and the case report and arrest report. The incident happened July 25th. It was, August 20 something, which whatever date last week, Monday was. So then all of a sudden, the sergeant's looking at both reports. And then I have another person who I've never seen, a detective, standing in the office. And all of a sudden he just starts kind of like yelling at me. And like, he's like, yeah, well, that's because they fucked up on the original officers fucked up on the first report. And so, that's why I put this. I was like, I put my hand up. I said, excuse me, who are you? I said, he's like, I'm Detective so-and-so. I said, okay. He's like, this is my case. And I'm like, okay, well, nice to meet you. I want to say, pipe the fuck down. Like, I don't like, and I immediately got defensive because I've had, white males on the job not respect me or show me any, like they treated me, because it's not a camaraderie thing. It's if you're racist at work. It just shows differently. If you're sexist, it's like, so it's not a community of the blue stick together. No, it's still sexism and racism internally, but it's manifested in different ways. So hence this juvenile arrest. So immediately he's standing there. Now he's in the couch. He's got his arms folded. He's tapping his foot. And I'm looking at him like, whoa, like what's, because it's my right to ask and try to understand what's going on with this case before I process it. Make a long story short, I told them suggestions, and the more he kept talking, the more my neck and shoulder kept hurting, and it was just like almost like someone was just grabbing me. And I said, "Give me 1 second." I stepped outside. I took it like inside, not to completely outside, but I went into the locker room. I just like, something is not right about this. And so I called another supervisor. I said, what are my options? They said, well, you can say in the notes that you're under duress and per sergeant so-and-so, you're going to process this. You have no knowledge of it, or you just don't feel comfortable doing it. I don't feel comfortable doing it. As I'm in the middle of trying to figure out what I'm doing, the supervisor called me. So I'm like, okay, that's when I really like wanted to throw my phone and scream, like, why y'all rushing me? And because this was a lot of inconsistencies, they didn't want me putting anything more together. So it was just like, so I went back and so I told the supervisor, and I noticed another inconsistency when I got back. And he says, you know what, well, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal because it's not like the kid's going to get detained. He's going to get released right after you get done processing him. And so I was like, it's about the integrity of the case. It's too many inconsistencies, and you're explaining something to me that's not written down. So to me, it didn't happen. And what you're saying is not part of this case. And so then here comes the detective again, saying his little piece. I said, hold on, Sarge, let me speak to you in the hallway. Told me as a supervisor, I said, I don't feel comfortable processing this arrest. You need to give it to someone else. And he's like, oh, okay, are you sure it's not a big deal? I said, it's about the integrity and principle of this. It doesn't matter if it's not going anywhere. You're putting a burglary on a 14-year-old that in this case doesn't make sense, and it's a felony. So what, like, to me, side note to myself, like I'm thinking, like, are you guys trying to start an arrest history on this kid? Like, this is not that serious. Like, if the store didn't press charges the original night of the incident, why did you go out of your way to get the fugitive apprehension unit? The fugitive apprehension unit did not need to be involved for a 14-year-old arrest. There's a lot of stuff going on in the city that they could have utilized that. But again, sometimes people play the numbers game, or I don't want to presume it's because it was a little Black boy. Who knows? And so I told the sergeant, I refused. I said, but you know what? I'm going to go outside and I'm going to take a walk. And so as I took a walk and I started like just chanting and getting back into my body and, like Dion said, I'm very, very spiritual. I could feel like, my ancestors like supporting me, hugging me, thanking me, like saying, thank you for speaking up. Thank you for, protecting that little boy. Thank you for standing up in your power. Because for many years, I would think like, I didn't want to express myself at work because I didn't want to come off as an angry Black woman, but that was making me angry. And so knowing that it's safe for me to express myself and stand in my power and authority. So as I'm walking through the parking lot and I called one of the girls upstairs because she's still upstairs, I'm like, can you believe these motherfuckers had me? Like I was going in, I was like, because now I'm still battling in my, so here goes the mental. Oh, they did this to you because you're a Black. They did this to you, you're a woman. They think that you're stupid. They think that you weren't going to catch on. They think you're not going to say anything. So as I started thinking these thoughts, I could feel this rage coming in my body. I had to just shift my thoughts back to like, no, this was an opportunity for you to let people know that you do see, and you're not going to be with the bullshit. Like, so I had to really shift those thoughts, because both of those realities are very real, could be very real, but it also causes a different reaction in my body. And it's going to create a different electromagnetic energy field around me. You see what, like, is that making sense? And so because I'm doing a lot to shift my heart, because, my first night on the street as a probationary officer, my mother transitioned. And so I went 10 years in this role with this guard up because I had grief. So all these things that and as I'm processing and doing the healing work, showing up differently, showing up more fully, and feeling safe to show up fully and authentically, and not as a scared little girl who's grieving and is afraid to express herself. So as I'm walking through the parking lot, I say, oh, I gotta go. And I look at the sun and I see this little tiny feather, and I was like it was going up. And I was like, come on. My mother communicates to me through feathers. So it was just like a beautiful gift, and it landed in my hand. And it was such a beautiful gift just to say, keep your heart light like a feather. Remember, don't let these things weigh you down. Don't let other people's projections taint and interfere with the work that you're doing. Because this self-care, this level of awareness, becoming this intentional, it's a lot. It is a lot. And so I actually am able to cultivate a capacity, a high level of capacity for compassion, not tolerance, compassion, to see why people project. Because just because I can have the compassion to see that while you're doing the bullshit, I'm not going to allow it. So that's my story. We'll open it up for any questions. Dion, I'm not able to see everything in the thank you all for your attention, for being here today. Oh, thank you guys. Thank you for the feedback.
Can you see the chat box?
Yeah, I'm reading
All
it
right.
now. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
There's a few
So,
questions. Did you see
go
them?
ahead. No.
All right. Shantae said, how do I start my self-care?
Okay. So
And
for
Lily
me,
said, what else besides sound baths do you do for self-care?
so my personal journey started with working with the holistic life coach in 2018 to help me become aware of the narratives that I was telling myself that was creating my reality. So Paul mentioned, and Deanna also talked about a lot on her Instagram, word magic, like the things that we say, it comes up. It creates our reality. And so a lot of times we don't want to take accountability. Like a lot of times it's like, oh, I hope this don't happen. I hope that. So the first self-care thing I'll say is becoming the police of what you speak, speaking out loud. I talk out loud to myself. So that's a way I kind of can hear the illusion or the other aspect of myself that's no longer serving me, the inner child or the wounded little girl inside or the hurt person, and I say it out loud, and then I have a dialogue with myself to and what the people, what there goes the illusion, right? Oh, you talking to yourself, you crazy. I'm gonna be crazy because I'm not gonna drive myself crazy, right? So I'm gonna talk out loud. Also, I take a bath. I can post it on the with the ingredients of the bath, like it's um onto the Telegram. It's with Dr. Teal's pink Himalayan salt and also sea salt, 2 cups of sea salt to help with that. I have an indoor trampoline. I have a lot of energy. So like that also for me, self-care has helped me to understand myself. Like I've had natal chart readings. I know my human design. So the natal chart reading, I know where my Mercury is in the planet of Aquarius. So this is how I communicate. Our moon sign is Scorpio moon. My sun sign is I was wondering when Pisces was in the Pisces sun sign. So understanding the duality. So then that way I'm not suppressing any aspects of myself, if that makes sense. Self-care is just really, if you know, a lot of people know that they're when you talk to people, they're like, oh yeah, I know. But then you're suffering. So letting yourself receive professional support. I think as minority people, we have a lot of trauma, and there's a narrative that you got to handle everything on your own. No, you don't. No, you don't. And if you're going through this process, you are liberating your ancestors. It's been times my throat was throbbing when I was going to get authenticate my documents. I had messed up the first time back in November because I was in the Academy for Detective School, and I'm trying to go and do everything fast, and I messed up and requested and I could feel almost like this physical purge, because as you're ascending in levels of consciousness, your body has to clear the density. So I think the officials or whoever, principalities, they understand this. And so the symptoms, the ascension symptoms are similar to cold symptoms. You will get a headache, your throat will hurt, your stomach will hurt. Like it's been times as I shift consciousness, I feel like my body was thrown against a brick wall because I'm no longer thinking that, if that makes sense. Also, self-care to start, prayer starts, everything starts with prayer for me. So whatever your prayer is, like I pray to evolve daily. I pray to get out of my way. So I believe that prayer protects us in spite of ourselves, in spite of the self-sabotage. The psyche, like I told Dion yesterday, I was listening to one of her messages, and the license plate in front of me, it had psyche. And I was like, okay, this conference is going to help change so many people's psyche to see the deep things that are hidden. Being honest with yourself is self-care. Like taking feedback from your friends and family. They see you from a different perspective, and you don't have to agree with them, right? But to see, like my friends go like, okay, Mira, you tripping. I'm like, no, them motherfuckers got me fucked up. They got me fucked up. And then I'm like, wait a minute. Do I got my own self fucked up? Or am I just, is that narrative making me more mad? Or am I fucked up because, like Dion said, talked about the parent. My dad told me I wasn't going to be shit. He told me he never encouraged me to do anything positive. He told me I was going to not be shit for my whole life. He was very abusive. So I had to really become my own parent. And now I'm allowing myself to create safety to receive masculine support. So it was huge for me to stand up for myself in front of white men at work. So it was just like that was actual proof of the self-care of this process. So I hope that answered, because I can go on. It was another question?
Yes, there's a lot in the chat box. So let's see. Do you do readings? I did
Yes.
share your information there. So definitely make sure that you connect with Jamira. She does readings. Let's see. Someone said, can they DMs? Yes. So DM her directly and connect with her on Instagram, Telegram. Connect with her. Are you familiar with Sidereal Astrology?
No, not really.
Oh.
I book natal chart readings, so I don't know what astrology system that they use for reader.
I'm just making sure I got all of the questions. Are officers trained to know the difference between a person who operates in the private versus public?
No, we are not. We are not. And like there's an order on diplomats. like a policy, because as I was learning this, like sometimes when you in the computer system, when a person, it's one time in my whole career, when I was in patrol, it popped up, do not detain diplomat. And so I was still new on the job, and the person's like, those are one of those sovereign citizens, we can't do anything with them. And I'm like, okay, I didn't know. I was totally in a different place. This was years ago. I didn't even question. But then when I looked at the policy on diplomat, and again, the wording that they use is so like, you wouldn't even think that is associated with who you are. So it's like that. So no, we're not trained on that. Or I should only speak to myself. I have never personally received training. My Instagram is Mira, Mira Thinks, ThinkSrich. Mira Thinks Rich.
Yep. I just put in the chat box. And if you all are not on the Telegram, where the private group, that's the overflow room. So all of the resources, books, material, PowerPoint, etc., contact information of each of the guest speakers is in the Telegram group. And it will also be emailed out. So be on the lookout for emails from Eventbrite or Deep Sea Royalty Stream at Gmail. I'll put the Telegram link in the chat box again.
And you know, Dion, before we go on to the next speaker, I just want to say something real quick that came across my in my awareness the past 48 hours. You know, because since the Department of Education has that fresh start, and I'm considered to be in that the default to borrowers, right? And so it's a fresh start initiative, and so the wording of it is very vague. And I called on Thursday, and I was on the call for 50 minutes. I was on hold for 20 minutes. The representative did not know what she was talking about. She told me I was not eligible. Spoke to the supervisor. He told me, okay, yeah, you are. Just mail in your 1040 tax return. Then when I got the phone with him, I said, well, what if I didn't file taxes? Like, just so as I printed out the stuff and I read it, because I have to print out stuff, I was reading it, and it's very vague. And actually, there's some senators that wrote a letter back in April saying, how does the Department of Education plan to implement this this Fresh Start initiative? Because I even asked the supervisor, is there a document I'm supposed to just fax you or mail my 1040? How do you know where to apply to? Is this? And also what they keep saying is they're going to do things automatically. And yeah, they ain't gonna do shit automatically. So really stay on them. I encourage you all to stay on them, because we are right now have the power. We have the power. We are awakening, and everyone on this conference, as we are here harmonizing our hearts, this is permeating the entire universe. So thank you all for your time. And if you have any questions, you can just message me on Instagram or Telegram. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Goddess. Truly appreciate you. Can we show Jamira some love in the chat box? And please, please, please make sure you screenshot, take video clips, and Instagram be playing, y'all. You should already know. And at this point, I don't live in fear, so they gonna do what they gonna do. You can tag me on my other pages. Tag all of the guest speakers. If you took any clips, we would love the feedback from you, and your response to how this conference has been for you. There's so much information, and we're going to be diving into so much more. We're going to be bringing on our next guest speakers soon, but we are going to take a 5-minute break, because I know we all been sitting. It's a lot of energy. Make sure when you stand up, you shake and get all of everything off you. Do a little stretch here and there. I can hear you. Peace, peace, peace. How are you?
Peace to the gods, peace to the nobles, peace to everyone that spoke. Shout out to Paul. I love what he was speaking on. Shout out to the sister that just got off. It's really all about knowing who you are. And we love to start off like that. I want to make sure that a mentee is in here. Do you see him in here?
Yeah, I'm here, man.
Are you in there, brother? All right.
Yeah, I'm
you
here.
guys. We don't want to take most of the time. I know we usually talk for hours. Dion, how long do we have here?
Go for your hour.
All right.
Yeah, just make sure to leave some room for questions.
Okay. All right. That's easy. Okay. That's easy. Okay. All right, well, we'll start off. My name is Minister Be Better. I go by Minister Be Better. I am the minister of my own trust. That is important to say. Then I have my brother Minty Morel, Minister Minty Morel. As you can tell, we do have the L's in our name, so we know exactly what you guys speak about. What we want to speak about today is trust. But what I'll do is I'll bring it in and then I'll let my brother break down the codes and the laws and stuff because I'm kind of like off the paper myself. I like because I want to let you guys know this journey do lead to other levels. Like Paul was talking about. You get to the point where you use documents from other people. You may use templates. Then you get to the point where you will use other things from the government. You use their documents. But once you actually start talking about sovereignty, sovereignty is what you do on your own for yourself, for your family, for your tribe. So at that point, you have to start creating your own documents. So Islam. So like Paul was saying, I really want to piggyback on what he was saying about creating your own documents. Let me show my face. I'm traveling, you guys, but we're gonna make this happen. But I want to let you guys know when I first got on this journey, I learned it from my grandfather. My grandfather, for some odd reason, used to hide cans in the backyard. I never could understand it, right? Now, my grandmother, she was a little different. She wasn't good with money. Yeah, that's my family. Yeah, she was not good with money. So my grandfather would hide the money in the backyard and he would put it in the cans and he would label these cans. Now, I wasn't efficient with as far as knowing about checking and banking and stuff like that, but older people never trusted the banks. And my grandfather always told me also that I had Indian in my blood, but I never could understand why he would say that. So I started doing my research, but upon my research, I ended up going in the military. So at 17, my mom signed me into the military. Now that's where everything begun. Now, once I got in the military, I started going through the ranks pretty fast. So I became an E6 within about 3 or 4 years, which is almost impossible in the Army. But I became an E6, so I had my own squadron. Now, when I was overseas, I would always speak to the Iraqi people that was over there. Now, I always ask them about they always ask me about my nationality, but I could never answer the question for them. Now, one guy, he walked up to me and he said, "Hey, you ever heard of a Moor before?" And I was like, "No, I never heard of that before." And I was like, "Just get back in your place," because I want to tell you guys, like, it's a point in time where all of us were stuck, while our mindsets were stuck in the matrix, and we still do get stuck sometimes. But at that point in time, I was completely in the matrix, didn't care about people. I was doing what the Army was telling me to do. And when I really broke it down, I was really fighting my own people. Now, that came a little bit later with my studies. Now, when I was in the military, I got into an accident. I got into an explosion. That explosion led me to be in a coma. Let me put a 1 in the chat, y'all, if y'all following. I'm gonna do it in story form. Now, this coma, I was in this coma for 2 weeks. Once I came out of the coma, I spoke to this nurse. The nurse, she would wake me up every day to try to wake me up. Now, what was happening is she needed to wake me up because the Army had me as DO. They had me dead, what they'll call a POW. So you're a prisoner of war and you missing, right? So they had me as MIA. I'm missing in action, but they never told nobody where I was. So at the point in time is when I started to figure out about insurance. I started to study insurance with everything that I had, and I started to figure out that everything is insurance. So when I called my mother, her and my sister was about 3 days away from cashing in my insurance policy, which should have been impossible, but I didn't have anything in place. I didn't have a will in place. I didn't have a trust in place. Even at an early age, you still should know to have these things in place, but I didn't. The military had a will in place already for me, already built. It already had a certain amount. It was 400,000 that would go to my mother and my sister. Now, I did have a wife at the time. So it automatically would actually go to the wife. But what happened is they went back and they looked at my mom. So they said, well, we just send it to her. At that point in time, I came back to the US. But before I came back to the US, this is where my awakening happened. I was supposed to return home with my troop, but I didn't. They left me in Iraq. So I was left in Iraq for 6 months, y'all. Now, this is a story that I rarely tell, but I was left in Iraq for 6 months. Now, at this point in time, I'm calling my family and telling them not to turn in the insurance policy, which is hard to tell our people not to do that because that's $400,000. So what I did was I talked to a guy over there and he taught me about trust. Now, I learned a lot from my partner that's on the phone. I call him a mentor as well. But I learned most of my information from overseas from a guy that taught me. Now, this guy, he didn't really have a big house. He didn't really have nothing. He just really knew about law. And that's what we say about legalese in law. That's why I started to learn it. So the guy, he walked me through it. And he said, this is how you establish a trust. The first thing that you have to understand is contracts. If you understand contracts, you will understand trust. Most people make the trust thing complicated, but it's really not. What I did was I came home, I ran into these guys. They told me they was Moors, and I went and I settled with them. And I settled with them for about 2 years. Now, this is before I went to Arizona. These guys taught me a lot, but that's fine. Yeah, like you say, understanding, overstand, understand, understand, overstand. You got to start to overstand. Now, my whole objective was to overstand what was going on. Now, what I understood is from the Iraqi guy, he told me, he said, when you get back to the U.S., and he used to always call me a spoiled American. That's what he would call me, a spoiled American. But I never would understand why he just say American. Because he could have said U.S. American. He could have said USA American. He could have said anything, but he said American. So I got back home, did my studies, ran into these Moorish brothers. They taught me a lot of information, but what they taught me was to be mad at the system. So I had this anger built up because what they was teaching me is that somebody was taking something from me, but that wasn't exactly what it was. What somebody was doing was taking from me, but I had to understand that I had the power to create. Now, that's where my mentor come in that's on the phone now. So my grandfather always told me, the first thing you do is you learn business. Now, I learned business at a young age. So the first thing I did was made my name an LLC. And I'm going to tell you guys the importance of that. Because before you learn the private side, you must learn the public side. And I'll say this again because I fell into the trap. Brothers of mine fell into the trap. You can't survive just in the private because the public is a big part of the private. The public is what makes the private work in the first place. While you have public people doing what they do, that's what keep people private, is having other people do what they don't want to do. So you have to start thinking about it. If my name is a trust name, because that's what we call it. We know it's a lot of straw man, different things, but that's not in any law book. So you never want to walk in a building and say straw man, because they're gonna arrest you on the spot or they're gonna injure you. So what you want to do is you want to always go by the natural being. I'm either the natural being that's the representation of this trust name. That's how I tell people who I am. Now, this is where you get to the importance of trust. And then I'll let my brother get on. What I figured out is that if I made my name a LLC and I incorporated the LLC, then I make a trust that resembles that LLC. Now that trust will pull in that LLC and now be the manager. No, I'm about to do that. No, I got to do it. So you want to start to build your trust. But what you want to understand is when we used to run into court, we used to always go into court and we would say something crazy like jurisdiction, which jurisdiction is a major part of things. But what you have to understand is that when we used to go in and talk about jurisdiction, we didn't build a jurisdiction of our own. We were still fighting from the position of the beneficiary, which most people don't understand, that you're a beneficiary in the In God We Trust. The In God We Trust is what created your social security number, is what created your birth certificate. And like Paul said, that's what links to the legacy trust. So what you have to do is learn how to build your own, what you would call legacy trust, because a legacy trust never dies. But we'll get into that. I'll let my partner break it down to how he kind of do things. Now, as far as I do want to put this in, I'm saying to understand the public and the private because you still have to operate public businesses to fund your trust in order for you to become private. Unless you was left with money like Donald Trump or any other person. So If you were left with money, then you will be able to add that to your trust and start from there. So you would never have to go into a bank. So what my people always taught me is that never try to go into a bank. You always want to become the bank. So I'll let my partner break it down on the insurance part. But what we figured out is that first you have to do is secure the name. Status correction comes in all types of forms. What I did on status correction is a little different from what others did. What I did was first I completed the SF-181 form. The SF-181 form is important because that's one of the forms that tell that you are original peoples. I misquote. Original peoples is on that form. You fall under the category of original peoples. That's why they will put it on the passport. We the people, because you are the people. Like Paul was saying, I love what he was saying. That's why I keep going to it. You are the people. The people is what create the laws. Now, what somebody did tell you is that you have the power to create your own laws within your own trust, which give you the power to create your own constitution. Now, when I first started with this information, I would fight from the position of the beneficiary talking through the Constitution, because the only thing really connected to the Constitution is the natural person, which is a trust, not you. You will never be the document. That's the first thing that we always teach everyone that's around us. Never get yourself caught up as the document. You are not that document. You are the representation of that document. That document is a transmitting utility. That document is a pass-through. It's just like a LLC, it's just like anything. You can pass anything through to get to your trust. That's where your trust come in at. Yeah, definitely. You living. You'll never be the dead. You can never be a piece of paper. Now, if you do have that piece of paper inside of your vehicle with you, it's an actual person. So if somebody try to arrest you, then you got another person in the car, which is a witness. See, people don't know to even use their trust as a witness. When you go to court, you can use your trust as a witness. It's a person. What an affidavit. A trust can write affidavits, y'all. But I'm gonna let my partner get into it so he can break down as far as the trust and how to build out one. What we'll do is we'll kind of lay out our table of contents that's normally inside of our trust. And that table of contents will tell you guys how to kind of build one, because we do want to leave some executable steps on here. So we do want to leave something for you guys to build. So I'm gonna pass it over to you, brother, and you kind of break down the trust to them.
All right, peace and love, y'all. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, peace and love,
Peace,
y'all.
peace, peace.
I'm a mentee. Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me, sis. What I want to add on to that is the fact that you've always operated in a trust. Anytime you go anywhere, you're operating in trust. If you go to a restaurant to go eat, for example, you go out to eat, you're putting trust in that restaurant. They're going to bring you something. Like say if I'm eating at an Italian restaurant, they're going to bring me something that looks like lasagna when I order lasagna. There's a certain expectation that needs to be met. And I'm going to give them trust. I'm trusting in them to make me a meal that's either going to look like it, taste like it, smell like it. It's going to be comparable to whatever I thought lasagna should look like or taste like, or to what's on their menu, what they show me. Okay. Now, they are trusting in me that I will pay the tab before I leave the building. This is a trust agreement. It's an unspoken trust, but it is a trust. There is some kind of trust being established when you step into somebody's place of business. Every agreement that you do with somebody else, there's a trust involved. So let's take this on another level, and let's say anything to do with your person Does everybody understand in this room the difference between a person and a natural person and a living being and all that? Everybody understands that, right?
Put a one
If
in
you
the chat,
understand
y'all.
that,
If you
put
understand.
one. Yeah, put a one in the chat if you understand that. I seen a no. Somebody wrote no. Okay, so I'm just gonna go into a little bit. Okay, a person by law is an entity, and what they mean by that in definition in the law book, it states that a person is a trust, a business, a partnership, an estate, so forth and so on. Individual in law means the same thing. So I want you guys to pick up these words when you hear them certain places. Like if you happen to be in court, notice how they always refer to the living man that's there as an individual. Okay, these are keys of enlightenment because everything starts with language, y'all. And the previous speakers have so eloquently put this and stated this before, that your language creates your reality. So, in the world of words, as the great scribes would say, now think about this. Your great magicians, people that did magic, right? They were all scribes. And usually they were scribes for like the king. Okay. So if I think of Merlin, okay, he's a scribe. Now, when we take words and we put them on paper and we take letters and put them together, we're actually creating spells, y'all. Okay. So when you're thinking of creating a trust,
Still here? Up, it's
You went on
muted.
mute, brother. You went on mute, brother.
It's muted still. It's still on mute. There we go.
That's because
All
the
right.
ops trying to interfere. Keep talking.
It's going again. It's muted again.
All right. How about you? Gave me
everything
now?
that
All
everything
right.
that you got,
Yep.
can you guys hear me now? Okay, I'm sorry. Everything that you can create, you can control. In this world that they didn't tell us about, and really to be honest with you guys, just like the previous speaker Paul was stating earlier, and Minister Be Better. When you first learn about this, you're gonna get angry, right? You're gonna be mad, you're gonna be upset, you're gonna come across some terminology that you didn't understand. But when you get all the pieces, when you gather it all up, to be honest with you, you can only blame yourself when you really take a hard look at it, right? Like if you're an astute person, you can't blame anybody else because everything is done with your consent. And just because you didn't know about it doesn't mean that it didn't occur. Okay. So in the world of trust, what we try to do is in the realm of truth management, what we try to do is we try to control contracts.
It's muted again. Yes, but it's
Give me the
I can hear you slightly, but it's breaking up. And it's muted again.
Can you hear me now?
Talk a little bit more. Let me see. It's muted again. We got to get our own platforms, y'all. Truly. I can hear you a little bit, but it's going in and out, breaking up, and it went back on mute.
All right, how about now?
Sounds good. Yep.
All right, everybody can hear? Put a one, put a one. Trying to jump back in. I know Minty will come back. Hopefully he'll come back in here too. But I'll drop off because me and him pretty much partners. I know exactly where he was going. What you guys gotta understand is, and let me know, make sure y'all can hear me. Put a one up, y'all can hear me. Yeah, they always acting with messing with this stuff. Okay, cool. All right, so where he was going there. In truth management, what we did was we figured out that a contract, a trust, everything is contracts, right? Now, I want to tell you guys a little bit. I don't want to take too long, but this is for everybody that's young. One thing I left out is when I got out of the military, I went down to the the Social Security office. Now, what happened is when you in some type of service or you do any type of job, what you got to understand is that Social Security is not a benefit, it's an entitlement. Those are two different words. Benefit, entitlement. Social Security is a entitlement that comes along with your trust because your name is a trust. Someone left a trust in your name for your benefit. You have to learn how to use it for your benefit. So what you're gonna do is you got to understand first. You got an irrevocable trust and a revocable trust. A revocable trust is a living trust. It goes under and you can look it up as well. It's inter vivos. I like people to look that up. If you go to Cornell Law, you type in inter vivos and it'll tell you exactly it's what it is a living trust. A living trust is what they made you, right? Now, the problem with that trust is they made that trust where they would say deceased, right? Now you have to bring that trust back to life because right now in commerce, that trust is dead in commerce. Now, what you need to do is create a trust in that image because what you want to do is go back to the book. I don't like to really say God because I like to. The reason I don't like to say God is because I was trained not to. And this is the reason why. And this is not against religion because religion means to realign yourself. Religion don't mean what people think it means. It means to realign yourself. Once you realign yourself, you start to figure out that you can create a trust and create your own jurisdiction with your own laws. So you start to understand what contracts are. Now, a true contract is between two people, which are what you would call a meetings of the mind. Now, once they added a third person, once you add a third party into something, especially a contract, it just went from a regular contract to a trust contract, which we would call a trust transaction. Everything you do is a trust transaction. You need three people involved. When the police pull you over, he pulling the trust over. He's saying he the witness, and he's saying he pulling you over for the state. Now your question is who's the state and who are you? And don't be belligerent about it. Just act in a calm way. Okay. Now, this is what I want to lay on you guys. My time overseas, I start to understand that one of the biggest contracts in this land is ecclesiastical contracts. Now, if you create an ecclesiastical contract and you attach that contract to your trust, which then becomes your constitution. Now, the first trust that I drafted, I called the Library of Congress. I got a copy of the HJR 192. I got a copy of the peace, the French peace and friendship, the treaty. I got the copy of that. I also got a copy of what you would say the 1970s of how, if you look this document up, you have to type it in just like this: intercourse and transaction with Indians, 1970. I want y'all to look that up. That would tell you how they supposed to transact with you once you know who you are. Now, I took it to the next level. In our tribes, the leader of the tribe was a chief. Now, in the military, it's the same thing. So as I was in the military, I started to figure out about these structures that they were creating. They are trust structures. So you have a general, you have a lieutenant, you have a sergeant, you have a person under a sergeant, you got a private, then you got a person that don't even have rank on. I learned all of that in there. So what I did was I put all of those positions inside of my trust. And I can switch those positions at any time. If you ever watch the Game of Thrones, it'll tell you, you are a person of many faces. That means you are a person that wear many hats, and you can wear as many hats as you want to. Now, inside of my trust, I'm the chief. Inside of my trust, I'm the executive. Inside of my trust, I'm the administrator. Inside of my trust, I'm the trustee. But this is the good thing about it. I created that LLC in my name because that LLC is now the manager of that trust and everything that comes along with it. Now, this is the good thing about a trust. A trust can create a LLC. So in order for an Aboriginal to start this process, what you want to do is establish your jurisdiction, which is your tribe, which by name is what I would have here. So on this right here, this is what you call a gold bond. Most people won't show you these, but this is a gold bond. Once I created my trust and I attached my UCCs to it and my non-UCC, which is handwritten, a non-UCC, you can do it online, but that's not a true non-UCC. A non-UCC should be handwritten. Now, you want to look at this. This is a gold bond. You see how thick it is? This is 21 gold coins right here. I weighed it. I had the lady scale it. Now, on this piece, if I was ever approached, everyone in my family have this around their neck. All I have to do is have mine. But what it does is it bonds it. So on this is the identification of my trust. This is what identifies my trust. This is the house of Emmanuel. I go by Emmanuel. So I'm the representative of that trust. Now, who's Emmanuel? Emmanuel is the living man. Emmanuel is not a corporate entity. Emmanuel, see, it says property of house of Emmanuel with Emmanuel. See, so if anything, if I was to ever come of harm, paper won't get me out of trouble, but this will. A gold bond will get me out of trouble. I leave this with them and then I exit. I need you guys to just follow what I'm saying with this. Identification is very important. If you create a trust and that trust don't have no identification, it's not really a trust. Because if you own the water, because you own the law of the water, the law of the sea, Amity law, which makes you a vessel. So once you are a vessel and you know you're a vessel, then you understand that you can create other vessels, which are trust. So from your sole proprietor, which they gave you, gives you access to create other entities. So you want to create a trust that would then create the other entities that you will use in the future. Yes, you always have to think about it. At the end of the day, my grandmother told me this. She said, all I need you to always remember is that amity law is the law of the sea. So if you have foreigners that was on the sea because they was not on the land, because you was on the land, so they started their so-called commercial legalese off of a boat because you always control the land. You hold the title to the land. Your ancestors hold the title to the land. Your ancestors gave them permission to operate on the land. They just went a little too far. They went past the territories that they were supposed to. It was territories marked out where they would be at, and they would have to operate there. But they went against that. Now, what you're going to do is create a trust. You're going to do a security agreement. Now, the first security agreement is going to be between you and yourself. You and yourself. That's the first security agreement you should make is between your natural person and your living being. Put a one up if y'all follow.
It's muted again.
All right. So
There we go.
yeah. So your first thing first is to occupy the name because the name belongs to you because you are a beneficiary of the in God we trust. You are beneficiary. They are your trustees. So you have to have them act.
Recording in progress.
The trustee.
Nope.
Beneficiary.
The grantor.
Beneficiary.
Beneficiary. All my
You're
people
the
that said
beneficiary.
beneficiary, you are correct. So I want to ask you guys a question. If you understand trust structure based on what I just said, do a beneficiary pay bills?
No.
No.
If I created a trust, would I ask my offspring to pay bills?
No.
No.
Because the who handles the debt? Who? Inside of
Trustee.
a trust structure. There you go. So
Trustee.
who's the trustee of your trust? Because your name is a trust. Who's the trustee of that?
The beneficiary.
Mm-mm. No, they got a lot of people that get in one room, and when they open up, every time they open up, they say, "We are the U.S.
Your name.
trustees."
Strawman.
The government.
Congress? I don't know.
Be specific. Be specific. Be specific. It's a group of people. You
The
got the
representative.
Constitution. Who represents the Constitution?
The state. Grantor.
Y'all forgot about Congress. Who meets? Who meets and say that we are getting together to establish and maintain and usher in a trusteeship over these U.S. trustees? We are the U.S. trustees.
Treasury.
Yeah, there you go. That's what I was looking for. Don't look at politicians. Don't matter, y'all. Donald Trump proved that. You can be anything you want to be in this world. That don't matter. Politicians don't matter. You got to go to the source. And the source is connected to JP Morgan. So if you have a trust, what you want to do is you want to establish the foundation, which is the jurisdiction first. So whatever the name of your trust is, you name it. It could be named anything. My first trust was called Take Care of Those Kids. That was the name of my first trust. No lie. Now, the trust that I have now is the House of Emmanuel, but it's a lot of different entities that sit inside of the House of Emmanuel. And this is how you stay private. Right. And that's how you maintain your privacy, because if someone was to pull my car over right now, I have so much ministry decals on my vehicle so where I will pass. Because one thing somebody tell you about is a passport. But somebody answer me this. Have you ever seen a minister get locked up?
Nope.
Have you ever seen a minister stop on the side of the road? Probably not. Probably not.
Point of interest. I have a point of interest. Can you hear me?
Right.
When they
Can
got
you hear me?
into an accident.
Right. Oh, right. There you go. Only if they harm somebody. And that's going back to what Paul said. You got three things. If you harm somebody, hurt somebody, because harming somebody and hurting somebody is two different things. Kill somebody or damage somebody's property. Those are the three things in natural law that will bring you back into commercial law. That's the three things that will bring you back into their commercial law. If you hurt somebody, kill somebody, you got to stick to those three laws. There's only three. When they got loads of statutes and codes, when there's only three natural laws that you have to stick to as a natural person. Don't hurt nobody. Don't damage nobody. And don't damage property, because they have you listed as property. You go under agriculture, and this is a fact. They got you under agriculture. So what you have to do is say, I am not an animal. I'm a living being. Draft your birth certificate, and this is the way you do it. Anytime you want to make a document international, and this is going back to creating your own passport documents, which we call them travel documents. We had a discussion with Dion when we first started this, right? You have your travel documents can be perfected, but they only perfected when they're done by you. So you have to create the documents at home, and you put certain symbols on that document. It could be your crest, it could be an embosser. Like me, I have an embosser with my crest seal on it. So I don't ask for their seals. You can create your own seals because the trust is what gave them permission to do it in the first place. That's why you guys got to start focusing on this trust thing. A trust started it all. A trust is what gave them permission to come on land and do commercial business in the first place. Period. The treaty is a trust. The Constitution is a trust. And they broke every last one of them. So would I use those things? No, not me personally. Me personally, I go off the 3 laws. If I'm not breaking any of those laws, then I'm free to go. And I'm gonna let you know this. Right now, you stopping me in my travels because I'm a minister. You cannot stop anybody based on the articles themselves say that anybody or nobody, constitution, government, another person cannot infringe on your religious rights. And once you establish tribe through a trust, that tribe is now your religion. That's what you realign with. You realign with not ancestors. You realign with who you are and who your family is. And nobody can take that away from you. So, as I said, have your identification on you. You can have Morris identification. You can create your own identification, or you can have a gold bond around your neck like I do. It's a lot of ways to protect this vessel because that's what you have to do. If you have a boat, you're not going to be on the water without a sail, and that sail is going to have a picture of your crest. Every boat you ever seen on the water, it got identification. And every boat that you ever seen on the water, it have an inventory slip, which is called a UCC1. I'm just putting it in layman's for y'all. A ship must keep accountability of its inventory. Yeah, where I'm at. I don't want to keep going.
Maybe you start getting into answering questions. I would
All
say
right,
about
let's
15
do
minutes.
that. I see somebody ask
It's breaking up.
silver, but we love silver.
It was breaking up when you were speaking. It's muted too.
Okay, they message. Can you hear me now?
Yes. It went back muted again. It's still muted. I don't know if you're still there.
All right, but now you hear me?
Yes.
All right, I'm sorry. I'm traveling, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm coming through Florida. It's real bad out here. All right, but yeah, let's get some questions in.
Got a
Oh, the
question.
bond. That's what I meant. I went out on the bond. I just wanted to put that out. When you do your UCC1, inside of your UCC1, you can secure it with gold coins or you can secure it with silver. I like to secure it with silver because silver is a little bit easy to get your hands on. So once you do that, you want to put 21. 21 is a very important number. I know we got a lot of esoteric people on here, so I shouldn't have to break that down. 21 silver or gold coins secure your UCC1. That's real money. That is not fiat. So it's not secured by nothing that's not backed by gold. So you want to secure everything that you have and you want to back it by something that's real and tangible. All right, brother.
Brother, I wanted to ask about
authenticating your birth certificate, does that have something to do with correcting your status as well? And does that have to be filed on your UCC1 as well?
Right, correct. What you want to do is with that one though, you want to establish that in your family trust. So 4 trusts that we deal with, that we create. We create the family trust, the business trust, the ministry trust, and the foreign trust. All 4 of those trusts have something to do with your asset protection. Now, the birth certificate, the reason why you're authenticating the birth certificate, because you can really authenticate the birth certificate at home, and truthfully, it's already authenticated. But what you want to do is you want to add, like I said before, you want to add your likeness to that birth certificate to claim that birth certificate. Now, me personally, I get it authenticated and I put my embosser on there for my tribe. I put my tribal embosser on my birth certificate. Now, the reason why you're authenticating it is to get that yellow form that most people see all the time. But this is the reason why it's so important. When we say secure things inside of your trust, when we say that, you're really just securing numbers, y'all. It's really about numbers. The birth certificate got a number that goes along with it, which is called a QSIP number. The social security number has a number that goes with it. So those numbers will go inside of your trust on the Schedule A. That's how you will secure documents. That birth certificate, applications, if you got travel documents, any of those things will go inside of your family trust. But you then so you can get that Q code, full faith in the United States. That's
You breaking up, brother.
It's breaking up.
I do want to say peace and blessings, Dion. Thank you for putting this together. I'm Rich. I'm the one who ordered the stamp. I know it's on the way. Thank you.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Peace, peace, peace. Truly appreciate all of you. I'm going to give a couple of minutes and see if he comes back in. I think his call might have completely went out at that point. With that being said, while we have this moment, 5-minute break, y'all. 5-minute break. 5-minute break. All right. So come back in 5 minutes. 7:22 on my end. So go take a 5-minute break.
Leon, can you hear me?
Yeah, I had everybody take a 5-minute break.
All right. Thank you about that. Thank you.
No problem.
Do like I said, establish if you want to make changes to that trust. So you want to know if it's going to be revocable or irrevocable. That's the first thing. Then you want to figure out who is inside of the trust, and then one thing you want to figure out is who the trustee is. That's very important. The trustee can be you. Let me explain this in a trust. You can have 3 positions in the trust, but this is the thing that most miss. You can be the grantor and you can be the trustee. You can be the grantor and you can be the beneficiary, but you cannot be the trustee and the beneficiary, because that's what you call a conflict of interest. It's pretty much what George Washington did when he created the Constitution and stuff. He put himself in the trustee position, so even when they tried to impeach him, they couldn't do it. So, yeah, that's the answer to that one.
Will you say that one more time? You can't be which 2 together?
You can be the grantor, you can be the grantor, the trustee, you can be the grantor or the beneficiary, but you cannot be the trustee and the beneficiary. That's not recommended. Because the beneficiaries are who benefit. And so if you the trustee and you the person moving it around, it comes down to nobility, which most people won't be as noble because they'll pass the money to themselves. So that's why you don't want the trustee to be in the beneficiary position. You want to put companies in the beneficiary position. Truthfully, you never want to put, let's put this one out. In the beneficiary position, most people say that they leaving generational wealth for their children, but that's not true. You definitely don't want to transfer anything. You do not want to put your children in the beneficiary position. And I'm gonna tell you guys why. Because you could create a trust to put in that position to manage it. You can create an LLC to manage that position. But if you do it in a corporation, it's better because if you do it directly to your children, that's a tax liability. If you even in the trust, if it goes directly to those children, that's a tax liability.
Okay.
All right, can
So it's
everyone mute
just
your
always think conflict of interest.
Yes, everyone, can you mute your mics? Use the chat box if you have questions.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah, that's a good
It's
one
just
right
so
there.
many of us on, it'd be hard. It's breaking up again.
Got me now? No.
Yes,
All
yes.
right. So no, I seen Nubia right in there. She said she had a 9/8 as the beneficiary. That's another route that you can take. So I'll give you guys an outline of how I would build a trust if I'm trying to be private. First of all, when you create an LLC, they don't want to tell you, but you can create an LLC without using your social. It's the same thing that you do when you call in for your foreign grantor trust number. You can call the same number, fill out the SS4 form a little differently than you would when you get your foreign number. This time you want to say, okay, I'm calling to create a LLC, a foreign LLC. Now, this is the key. You can go on a thing like Fiverr, right? I used a guy on Fiverr for this. So I tell you, it's a guy on Fiverr that will create a non-resident alien info in an LLC for you. We got that?
Yes.
Non-resident
Hope y'all
alien.
got
You can
that.
go on Fiverr and he'll actually create. You can go online, get this guy to create you a non-resident alien LLC in the UK. Because you don't need to do it in Morocco because you're standing in Morocco. So you don't have to do that. Because if you go online and Google Morocco, it'll tell you what year Morocco was established. Two different Moroccos, the same way that they're talking about two different USAs. You got the United States and you got the United States of America. Those two different things. Same as you got Morocco and you got the Empire of Morocco. We represent the not the so-called country of Morocco. Major. You got to understand these things, y'all. But what I'm saying is you become a non-resident.
It's breaking up.
Have a number, but it can. So you're outside.
We can't hear you. It was breaking up really bad, of course.
I'm
And
gonna get it off. Y'all can hear me now.
can hear you now.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
get it out.
exactly,
I'm gonna get it
exactly.
out. Okay. All right, here we go. Go on Fiverr or Upwork, and you're gonna get a non-resident alien. And this guy you created for you. You got 3 guys on there that'll do it for you. But you can create a non-resident alien LLC. You could do it in the UK. I love to do it in the UK because I love to do Swiss banking. I love Swiss banking, right? All right. So now this is going to establish you in a whole nother country, right? Now that person in that country is now going to be able to manage the trust that you have in the United States. So now you can take your trust name, because remember I told you, make that name an LLC. Your name that's on the birth certificate, make that name a LLC. I'm telling you, look at your birth certificate and the way that it's written out, all you're going to do is add LLC on the end of it. Period. The reason you're doing this is because now you're switching it from a sole proprietor to a limited liability company. Now, once it's a limited liability company, now everything that you have, bills, insurance, everything that you have is going to now move over into this LLC name, which was you in the beginning. So that's the reason why I want you guys to do that. Once you make yourself a LLC, Now all your bills that you normally would have and now become expenses. That's the reason you want to do that, because you're normally doing it anyway. You're doing it anyway. You're doing business through your name, but you're doing it through your name that's a sole proprietor. You upgrade the name to a LLC, and then you move all your bills over to the LLC. And the reason why you're doing that is because it's easier to move and transfer things from an LLC to a trust than to transfer it from a sole proprietor to a trust. Now, how are you able to transfer your vehicles into the trust? How are you able to transfer your documents into the trust? I'll tell you why. Because you're inside of it, in God we trust. You are the beneficiary. That means that the beneficiary can become a grantor once they establish their own trust. I ain't want to go too much. I ain't want to go too much. I know we was recovering.
It muted again.
Oh, no, that was me doing it. That was me
Oh,
doing it that
okay.
time. Yeah, yeah. I just wanted to give
Giving
people,
people
you know,
some
if we had time.
time.
Yeah. Oh yeah, shout out to Nine Feathers for sure. I follow the brother for sure. Follow the brother for sure. But remember, you can establish your own trust and you can establish your own identification within your trust. Period. You don't need nobody to do that for you. You don't need anybody to draft any documents for you, because it's always better to come from you. The living being is always more powerful coming from the living being. That's why we so much against templates, because you might not read it and then you might put yourself in harm's way because you didn't read it. And then the judge gonna ask you, okay, watch this. I know a guy that we created a trust for. We told him, you need to study, brother. You need to study. He said, no, don't worry about it. I got a trust. I'm protected. I know y'all drafted it for me. I'm protected. That's not how a trust works. A trust is your jurisdiction. You mean to tell me you're gonna walk up on the United States jurisdiction and tell them what to do? It's not gonna happen, because they got their own jurisdiction, their own laws, everything that they follow. And that's what you need. Once you establish your trust, you can put your vehicles in that trust by transfer. A transfer a deed, you can use a warranty deed to transfer into your trust. And all you do is add an affidavit to it that they can't rebut. And I'll tell you a simple one that I do all the time. In my affidavit, the first statement that I write is, I was born on this certain date by these two people. Can you rebut that? Can the judge rebut that? And what if I took my mama with me? She a witness. You think you gonna rebut that? Always take witnesses, y'all. Don't go to that courthouse by yourself. If you end up in the courthouse, don't go by yourself. Special appearance. Special appearance only. All right. Now I'm gonna tell you about the vehicles, and then I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna get off it down, Dion. I want to give them on the vehicles though, because I know mortgages and vehicles are the two different things that really keep us down in this world, right? Now, as far as a mortgage, I want y'all to start looking into surety bonds, and I want y'all to start looking into beneficiary release forms, and I want y'all to look into GSA bond forms, GSA forms. Start with the GSA 9. Those forms is your route to get your mortgage and put it into your trust. That's going to discharge your mortgage. I wish we had more time, but I would think. Now, as far as your vehicles, once you establish your trust, you want to establish an affidavit that saying the man
It's breaking up.
your information over to the trust. How about now? How about now?
Yeah, it's good.
All right. So what you want to do is, if you buy a vehicle, this is what you do. As soon as you buy a vehicle, don't fuss with the people at the dealership. You take the vehicle and you go home. Once you go home, you pull out the contract. When you pull out the contract, you circle the arbitration agreement. That place, the arbitration agreement inside of that contract, circle it so you can go back to it, because you're going to have to go back. Now, you go draft the warranty deed. The warranty deed is now going to say that from the living man that you are transferring to your trust. Now, you're going to backdoor that and you're going to do a UCC1. And you only can do the UCC1 3 days afterwards. So as soon as you walk away from that dealership, like me, for instance, I have 15 cars that I rent out. I started on Turo and now I do it privately. because all the cars are now private. So what I do is I created an organization that rents out cars to sovereigns. That's just a drop for y'all. Sovereigns don't like paperwork. So if you're a person that have a vehicle that you rent out and you handled all the paperwork, you got the insurance covered, you got all of that covered. You just giving them the keys. All they doing is making sure that they don't damage your property, period. And they can ride around all they want to because why? Because that vehicle is covered by a trust. All right, I digress.
Don't blow people out of their seat now.
No, we just a little light work.
Can I ask a quick question?
Who
Go
you
ahead,
use
sister.
the chat box after this because it'll be too many people trying to jump in. Use the chat box, please. Go ahead though.
I was just wondering, so why is it that they ask people about aliases? Why is it so why do they ask about applications about aliases? Have you ever had an alias?
Hold on, one more time.
You know how on different pieces of paper that asks, have you ever had an alias? So how do you go about like the question of that paper saying about aliases when you have different businesses underneath your person?
Right. Well, what I do is I always look national. So anywhere on that number, an application or an application is a contract. That means that in order for that to be valid, it have to be a meeting of the minds. That means that you have to understand. So you have the right to what you reconstruct the contract on site. So if you got a contract that you're not familiar with and you don't like it, you change on the spot. Like marking it out. You ever known? I'll tell you an example. Go, you fill the location at the bottom. Once you put your name down there, now watch. If you put your name and you put your signature, but then you put the wrong date, what do they ask you to do? Anybody? If you put the wrong date on a, it's a certain way they
They
ask you to
always ask
change it though.
you to
It's a certain way they
they
ask you
always
to
ask you
change it.
initial it.
Nope, they'll tell you to scratch it out, put the correct information, and put your signature. Well, I mean, put your initials beside it. You ever had that happen?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So right there is your opening to tell them who you are. So revert back to what Paul said. It's gonna come a time where you have an opening. It's gonna always be an opening. That door gonna open and then you gotta walk through it. Either you're gonna be filled with fear and you're not gonna walk through it, or you have to walk through it. At that point in time, when you seen some type of fraud on that contract, you have the right as the consumer to change that contract to make the contract benefit you. And trust me, they will not get rid of that they will not still not do business with you because they need your business. Because without your signature, it ain't no business. But your alias comes in once you create your alias, and you're gonna create your alias through your trust. I created Emmanuel through my trust. Emmanuel came to life through my trust. Remember, your trust is a person. And when I need you guys to really think about this, it's a person. I mean, if I'm driving in my car and I got my trust documents in the passenger seat, that's a person. It's not just documents. That person has a say so. That person is a witness. Did that answer for you?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you,
Welcome.
Dai.
Oh, who designed my crest? I designed my crest. So I went online. I like to use Fiverr, as you can see. So I go on Fiverr and you can type in crest, and you'll see a different designers come up. They already have crest already done, so you can kind of look at one and say, okay, can you make these changes? Can you make these changes? But in your crest, you want it to really be important to you. Everything inside of my crest represents everything in my family. If you see my crest on my crest, you have my family members, right? So on the crest, you have all of us. You have me on there. You have all of my offspring and my consort. Everyone is on this crest. Answer your question. Gratitude. What else we got, Dion?
Let's see. Where does the holding company come into play with a trust, or is it relevant for these trusts we will be establishing?
Yes, a holding company. So a LLC and a corporation can be a holding company, but a trust is a true holding company. Example, Berkshire Hathaway. Berkshire Hathaway is a trust. That's a trust fund, right? So when you do your holding company, like we suggest, you build a holding company in Delaware, Wyoming. What's the other one? They just let with Wisconsin get away with trust stuff. So now Wisconsin, Nevada, and New Mexico. We love New Mexico and we love Delaware. Those two places. That's the two places that you want to establish a trust. Why? Because those are trust states. Those are trust states. They know trust law. They do not want to know who the CEO is. They do not want to know who the owner is. They just want to know who one of the managers are. So when you establish your trust, or your LLC in Delaware, it's gonna say, are you the managing manager? Now, if you establish an LLC, if anybody on here ever established an LLC, it'll say a managing manager. That's the one you want to choose. You never want to be a sole member LLC. Never want to be a sole member LLC. Even if you don't have a person you trust, create a trust and put the trust name on there. Now that makes it a two-person LLC. So you don't have responsibility and the other person don't have responsibility. The trick is out here right now is people tell you to go to build an LLC and it's going to protect you. That's a lie. It is a lie. It's all in the name. Limited liability. That means limited. Limited. It's limited, y'all. It's a limited liability company. That means that the trust is the thing that protects the LLC, not vice versa. So if you have an LLC and you don't have a trust, and that LLC inside of that trust, that LLC ain't protected. I can sue it. I can sue you. That's the whole purpose of the trust, to keep you away from lawsuits, because you will get sued. I'm telling you, people wake up in the morning to sue people. Some people's job is to sue other organizations. So you know what we doing? We establishing a trust based on Aboriginal lineage and Aboriginal likeness, and we putting a lawsuit on the whole. I ain't gonna put it out there like that, but we actually drafted a lawsuit. We gonna take this to trial. Like my brother said earlier, we got indigenous rights, we got humane rights, we got universal rights. So when I show you guys on the back of my vehicle, I got Universal Life Church on the back of every vehicle that I got. Why Universal Life Church? Because all the billionaires ministers do it. The Rocker minister. Why the Rocker minister, y'all? Why Steve Jobs was a minister? Because you can't stop a minister. Just like a nonprofit, you can't stop a nonprofit from his cause. Same as a trust. You cannot step in the middle of a cause that a trust need to fulfill. Period. Period, y'all. Always have your identification. My man said acquiescence. Watch this. If you're on the side of the road and somebody asks you your name, you don't even have to speak. But this right here speak for me. All I have to do is hold this up and turn it around. Who are you? House Emmanuel. What do you represent? House Emmanuel. Well, how do you telling me how can you prove that you are Emmanuel? This gold bond around my neck and the trust that I got in my glove compartment. Which one you want first? Because I'm not in your jurisdiction. I am a partner. We are partners. In the Iroquois Confederacy, we were supposed to be partners with the United States. They broke that. They broke that contract. That's why we got to get back to learning contracts. Because that's what it's all about, contract. Period. All right. What we got on time? I know we probably over, huh?
Yes, we are. So can you share with can you share with everyone how to connect with you? And I saw, a few people were saying that it's a lot, which is why I let them know at the beginning of this conference with the step-by-step process that diving into trust is beyond just getting an EIN. This is why we needed its own segment for it. So how can people connect with you? And do you have like a step-by-step process on how to get
Yeah,
the
definitely.
trust established?
If you connect with us in the me and the mentee is Be Truth Management Uncorp on Instagram. You can look under Minister Be Better. In the bio, you can go to the flow chart and you can get to, oh no, it's not 40K for a trust. Who told you that? It's 40K if you want all four of them. Like I said, we do 4 different trusts. You don't have to get all 4 of them. Now, if you call us and you say, I want everything, then you have to pay the, you know.
Up, it's breaking
Always
up.
you
It's
protect your
breaking up.
family first. Oh, how about now? Hear me now?
It's good, but your bars are
All right.
red. So
Okay. Okay. How about now? You hear me now?
yeah.
Okay. Yo, I just wanted to say I saw somebody say 40,000. No, we don't. We do not charge 40,000 for a trust. It's different trust. It's individual trust. But if you want all 4 of them, then that probably what the price that it will come up to. If you need all 4, but you don't need all 4. You don't need all 4. Let me turn my video off. Maybe that's the video.
And no, it's
All right,
not ten
I'm back
thousand
again.
dollars a trust.
Yeah, it's not that much. No, no, it's not.
No, it
But
is.
what
It's
you want to
more than
do is
that.
you want to start
They're
a
more
Um,
than
private
that.
trust, y'all.
whose mic
They're more
is?
than that.
That's a
Listen,
mentee, y'all.
y'all. I don't. Oh, okay. I'm like, whose mic is on?
That's a mentee, yeah.
Okay.
But you guys, one thing you want to realize is that we have a lot of trust organizations out there. We have a lot of people that's doing trust. Now, even if you started a business, you got to start to understand what clientele are you going after now, and that's with business period, y'all. If you start an LLC, you need to know um if you want to get to the elite of people, or you want to be in the middle, or you want to help people at the bottom. Everybody have that choice. Now, what we have to do is we ran into more. When I came into the trust information, I ran into more elite people before I started like giving out knowledge to other people as well. What you have to realize is that they have some people that give you a trust that's not going to help you. Some people will talk you through a trust that's still not going to help you. What's going to help you is be on the phone with 2 gentlemen that actually live this. We don't just talk about it. We live this trust thing. So I want you guys to be very careful in this trust world because cheap is not always better. And I'm going to just put that out there and leave it there. Cheap is not always better.
It muted again and cut out.
Oh, that was me. That was me doing it. I did that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I was just trying to free up the line. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. All right. So definitely giving thanks to a mentee, Minister Be Better. And if you are looking to connect with them, I've put in the chat box their Instagram handle there, and it will be in the Telegram group as well. Dropped a lot of gems, giving so much thanks to you. I don't know if you can still hear me.
Gotcha. Yep.
Yes, peace
Thank
and
you.
love,
Thank you
sis.
so
Thanks for
much.
having us.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming. That was great. That's the thing. I know a lot of people got a lot to learn about trust. Um, but remember, you need to have people that take time with you because
Yeah.
anybody can give you a trust, y'all. I'm telling you, it's a lot of people out here, and if you don't have a person that you can pick up the phone, and this is the reason why we are where we are. We only have about maybe 22 clients, and we keep it like that for a reason. 22 clients, we can actually pick up the phone and call them, check on their progress. We can walk through it with them. But I tell you what, if you into a group and that person got 1,000 members, I can tell you right now, you is not gonna learn. It's almost like going into one of these mega churches and think the preacher gonna know who you is. He do not know who you are. TD Jakes said all the time. He said, I don't know most of the people in my congregation, but the people in the front row. So you either want to talk, you either want to work with somebody that's gonna pay attention to you, or they only gonna pay attention to the people in the front row. That's your choice.
Yes, that is so, so true. And it's definitely so easy to get lost in the sauce. And I've met with so many of my clients that have had issues where they've paid someone to do it all for them, and then they had no idea what it meant. They couldn't stand on their square. They were going to court like somebody else did this paperwork for me. That is a problem. So, it always seems nice to just pay someone to do it for us, but I tell you, it's not going to work. You're not going to know it for yourself. And
Yeah.
the same thing as well with
No, you got to.
mhm. Yep, the
And
same thing.
that goes with consumer law, that goes with trust, it goes with consumer law. Nobody can do this for you. Somebody can teach you, but once you end up in front of that judge, or once you end up in front of that police, or once you end up in front of somebody trying to harm you, you're gonna have to get out of that. You can't get the phone and pick up the phone and call Be Better or call Amenci or call Dion. You can't call them at that point in time. Dion, you'll tell them you've been under pressure on the side of the road. You had to go recover your consort. So you know it's real out here. Even if you know the information, you still got to take it a little bit further. You had to take it further than what you had to take it. Right? So what I'm saying is, you guys, I'm telling you, and the internet is big. The internet is a big world out here, and there's a lot of people that's giving out information. And I can tell you what, most of the people that do trust, they come to our class, and I can tell you that's a fact. Most people that teach trust out here is in our class. It's Truth University. You can go in there, Truth Management University. We got over 50 modules, and you can go in there and you can go through each module. We talk about 9(8) numbers. We tell you how to get the foreign trust. We tell you how to get the domestic trust. We tell you how to build a LLC. We tell you how to get funding. We have so much people inside of the university. It's crazy. But I want you guys to get off of the number for a minute, because me personally, I paid a college $100,000 and they didn't teach me none of the stuff that I know. Period. And that's a fact. And I know there's a lot of people on this phone like that. Everybody on this line probably had a person go to college, probably paid for their offspring to go to college, and they come home and you try to tell them they're Aboriginal, and they like, what you talking about? They only told me about Indians and cowboys. And then they ain't even told you which one you was. They got you impersonating as a cowboy, which we was both of them. If you want to be real about it, we was the cowboys and the Indians. We was fighting each other. That's what our people don't want to talk about. Every time we get to a certain level, we got other people that will come out and scavenge and take our things. Dion, no. You don't think people watching Dion? You don't think people watching us? And we sticking our head out here on the line, and all we talk about is price? These people gave you a degree to tell you that you are the top learner in their whole society, which is messed up. You a bachelor in what? Genocide? That's what you got a bachelor degree in? How to take people's stuff without asking? That's what you're getting a degree in. And we, trust me. And I'm doing this for Dion as well, and I'm doing this for everybody that's on this line. People on this line are putting their lives on the line. She could have lost her life trying to show y'all something, trying to prove something to y'all. Stop with the BS, y'all. We grown folks. We ain't children. We ain't looking for the tooth fairy no more. We ain't looking for Santa Claus. You Santa Claus. You that. You do all of that. We got to stop with that. Don't beat our people up. We came on the line to teach you guys, give you the knowledge that we have, the knowledge that we sat in rooms away from our family. I almost lost it all studying this information because I was in a room for almost 4 years just smoking weed and studying, y'all. It's true fact. When I came outside, everything changed because I was seeing the world totally different at that point in time. It was 4 years away from the Matrix. So I'm telling y'all, this thing is deep, and that's what it's about. You don't argue with the dude when you get life insurance. Life insurance is the same equivalent as a trust. Same thing. You need it when you need it. You might not need it right then and there, but you might need it later on. It's the same as insurance, y'all. You pay on insurance for 20 years and you probably never been in an accident. Probably never hit nobody. Probably never got a speeding ticket. My sister like that. 20 years, she never got a speeding ticket. But she still pay insurance. All right, y'all.
Truly appreciate you. Truly appreciate you.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you. Thank you. And I hope we ain't talk too long because I'm ready to hear the other speakers come on myself. You got a hell of a lineup, Dion. You got a lot of people that love you. I'll tell you that.
I appreciate that. And I love everybody and just always giving thanks and gratitude for the support. I appreciate your time. Definitely, everybody, can you show Minister Be Better and Minister Amenti some love in the chat box? Definitely make sure if you screenshot, if you have taken pictures, anything, please be sure to post it and tag. I know you can't tag my page. That's fine. I got other pages, so I already know how
How
to
much you
go.
got now? How many
Gotta
pages
create
you
our
got
own
now?
platform.
How many you got now? 10 of them? How many you got?
Oh my! Listen, some I'm not even revealing yet. Y'all just gonna know. Pop out. This is my new page right here. You have to deal with these people until I
You
create
have
a
to.
platform.
Dion, they know we out here. And
Yeah,
they know we out here. Trust me. They know we out here. And we're going to keep making noise for our
yeah,
people.
yeah. That's it. That's it. Truly appreciate you. All right.
Oh, peace and love, gratitude.
Yes, peace and love, abundance to you and your family. All right, y'all, we are shifting gears here. I need to double check. I know that we are definitely over time. Let me know in the chat box if you're ready.
Good. How are you guys doing? First of all, Dion, thank you for having me on. And I just want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank all the previous speakers. Sorry, I only got to catch part of it, the last one, in fact. But as I was just saying earlier, iron sharpens iron. So as we listen to each other, we learn from each other. And that's how we make this happen, is learning from each other and just our personal experiences. So thank you for bringing all that information. Thank you for your sacrifices, everybody out there. You know, the things that you've been through, like my man was saying here, you know, when you're out there on the side of the road, when you're in the courtrooms, whatever else, these people are here as a for-profit. So they are trying to get everything they can from you. And they don't care personally about you, you know, so, but we care about each other. So let's keep it real, let's keep it tight, and let's keep it moving. So with that, Dion, whenever you're ready, just let me know how you want to move.
All right. So let me know in the chat box. I'll leave this open. Do you want story? Because I know he got stories for days. Do you want stories or do you want to dive in with questions? Let me know in the chat box and we can pretty much go from there.
Let's just go.
They're saying story. They want you to tell stories.
All right.
Little storytelling for us.
In both. All right. So I don't even know. There's so many stories. All right. I guess we can start with one of the favorites. People always ask like how I got started, and then we'll just kind of move around from there. We'll start maybe half and half. All right. So for me, I was 9 years old when I got started in this particular Avenue. What happened was Eagle Scout was one of the first persons of color to ever get an Eagle Scout award at that age. So it led me into staying longer and, you know, moving up through the as an accomplished military individual who had retired, but he was disenfranchised with the military because he knew what we're talking about now. You know, after all these years, he retired and he just went into Boy Scouts. So he one day see me saluting what I thought was the American flag, but it was the corporate flag of the United States Corporation, which, like my man was saying here just previously, is not the same as the United States of America. Those are two separate things. All right. So he basically lost his cool and was like, "Don't salute that flag. That's the corporate flag of the United States Corporation. It's out of Washington, D.C. It's a mutilation to the flag of the United States." And, you know, all this other stuff. So don't you see the gold tassels and the spike on there and blah, 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 right? So I knew at that point in time that this person had never lied to me, and he had always been one of the best persons I could ever meet. So I knew something was wrong at that point in time, but I just kind of stored it in the back of my brain and kind of kept it moving. So it wasn't, okay, so after that point in time, I just kind of kept an eye on things. I knew something, what does the real flag look like? So a lot of people have hemmed and haw about what the real flag looks like, because really it should be a peacetime flag. We're not supposed to be, we the American people are not at war with anybody. The corporation has its wars, but we the people, we've not declared anything on ourselves. So the peacetime flag, you can Google it, peacetime flag of the United States. It has 50 blue stars, and it will have red and white stripes, but they're going down. Okay, they're not going across, they're going down on that one. So that's the peacetime flag. So knowing all of this stuff, it wasn't until probably 10 years later, I'm 19, I went to get my passport passport for the first time. And on the application in those days, they didn't hide the status correction. They didn't hide it at all. It was number 11 on the second page, and it said straight out, are you a US citizen or are you a state for the status? Because they will change the name after so many years to try to throw people off. You know, they don't want everybody to have a succinct name across the board throughout all the different agencies. So yeah, legalese. So now officially they refer to our being in the United States of America as a non-citizen US national. So you can see how they changed from state citizen to non-citizen US national. Yes, they want to make it longer and more confusing or whatever, but if you look at the word non-citizen, that cancels. That means you're not a citizen. So what does that leave? National, okay, or US national, all right? So they all mean the same things, and yes, corporate death language, because everything that they're doing is a corporation. Corp is Latin for body, and ation is to animate. So you're animating a dead body, or as I like to call it, your death mask. You put this mask on so that you can operate using their legalese, which is in Black Law's dictionary, and in their commercial or maritime admiralty jurisdiction. So yes, you are correct, the corporate language. So for me, that's how it all started. And I asked the guy behind the counter at the post office, knowing, because my mom taught me, well, that people will lie to you. So don't trust just what people are saying, see it for yourself. So I was just curious. I was like, so what's the difference between a US citizen and a, state citizen, as it was called then? And he's like, oh, well, if you choose state citizen, you're saying that you're private and that you're local to the several states and you can't vote for the president. And so it wasn't that he was lying. It was just the fact that he wasn't going into all of the truth. But once again, they have no legal obligations like police officers, and I know there's a couple in the crowd here, so I love you guys. But they have no legal obligation to protect you. They have no legal obligation to tell you your rights, your freedoms. Some of them don't know themselves what's going on, so you have to do those things for yourself. You have to get out there, read and learn. So for me, I then asked him, okay, well, so we're all US citizens though, right? And he was like, well, yeah. He's like, I am. He's like, you are, and this and that. So I did check US citizen on the passport application the first time around, but it didn't feel right. And when I wanted to change it, they told me you have to wait 10 years until it expires, which is a lie. We know how to get around that. But I did anyway. So now I'm 29. And at this time, I was still learning other aspects of jurisdiction and trusts and, all of the process of how to live outside of their jurisdiction or live in the private. Anything you do outside of their jurisdiction is either private or foreign, and those mean the same thing. It means they do not have a jurisdiction over you. So that's how I got started. And at 19, I was winning my first court cases. I beat the prosecutor in the hallway before even going into there. I had learned about how to study the ticket itself. I hadn't learned about jurisdiction yet. I had just jumped in. I got a speeding ticket and I didn't want to pay it because I knew there had to be a way around it. I heard of people getting out of tickets, so I wanted to find it. So I studied everything I could on contract law, commercial law, maritime jurisdiction. I was just learning it. And I learned that you can challenge the radar gun, the tuning of the radar gun, the weather, the day, the date, the time, the road conditions. I mean, everything across the board, quantum syntax, grammar on the tickets, et cetera, et cetera. And I finally found one of the things on there that was the date was not the correct day because it was a Tuesday that it happened, but he wrote Wednesday. So the date and the day didn't match. And that was just one of my small things that I had in there. So anyway, me and the prosecutor going back and forth for like 5 minutes in the hallway. I ended up throwing that on against him. And he was like, okay. He's like, I see what you people utilize those. For the national passport, what do you do if you weren't born here but you are naturalized? You already took an oath to protect the land. So for people in my passport process who've helped me to learn this, who were naturalized citizens, you just use your naturalization certificate and you use that with your passport, answer everything. No to mom, no to dad being a US citizen, no to number 11. Number 11, people think it's about your spouse. It says, are you? No, it's about you. You put your spouse's information in there, and then where it says US citizen, yes or no, you check no to that one. And then don't use your domicile and zip code for the permanent address. Can you explain the reason why they say overstand and understand or understand? Understand is meaning you have a true, from your inner person, which is your soul outward, you know what's going on. When you say to them, I overstand the situation, you're saying I stand over you because you're the living, and everything that they're doing are dead names. Corporations are dead entities who are on the ground or in the ground. Well, in this case, it's not so much they're on the ground. They can either be construed to be in the ground or in the water and floating as a dead body, because that's where all this came from, is the Cestui Act of 1666, where all these dead bodies were leaving their trusts and their houses, their estates on land for nobody to govern. So to understand means to stand underneath someone's powers. If I say, hey, do you guys all understand me? I'm saying, do you guys all stand underneath my authority? Okay. Yeah, you're right. You never say you understand somebody. But see, they'll try to flip it in court, or like, some cops who are in the know, they'll say, oh, you must not be intelligent. You must be an idiot or something, because you don't understand what I'm saying. So you must be an idiot. Well, actually, idiot or idiota in Black Law's dictionary means somebody who's in private capacity, not clothed in office, and not subject to their jurisdiction. So depending on what you say, your words can help you or hurt you. The judge might say, you must be an idiot or something. Remember, they can't prosecute idiots. Just saying, keep it in mind. Information on how to beat an IRS audit. I will be honest, I have never, knock on wood, had to personally do that. I would suggest, I do have some books on that. That's probably more so for a private consultation or talk. So you can hit me up at James T. Lovett on YouTube, and or else blacksite32.com, and we can discuss some things in the private. And I'm not trying to be, weird or funny, but, and this is from their side and understanding what's going on, is that even this platform right here is considered to be in the public. Okay, what me and you say to each other is considered private. So like my man was saying earlier, we do put ourselves out there because by what's known as the Trading with the Enemy Act, we are all considered to be potential enemies of the state. And when you speak about stuff that messes with their money, just like none of you guys want anybody to come to your work and mess with your money, anything in the public is their platform. We as nationals operate in the private, so not everything should be shared in the public. You should talk to somebody directly. So my man's talking about doing a consultation with him or doing a consultation with Dion or with me or whoever. That's what that should be. So you do take a risk when you put out too much information into the public because you are considered a potential enemy of the state. That's why even when I do my information, you'll always hear me say this is for entertainment or educational purposes or private persons only. Okay, now you're rebutting their potential thought because they do watch you. They shut down my YouTube years ago. They've sat outside my house. They've shut down my emails, my Facebook. So if you walk into this thinking that you're not going to live on the edge of the razor blade, that they're not going to watch you or listen to what you're saying, oh yeah, their AI, their computer systems, they listen to all these keywords and everything. So they don't be fools. Don't think. So be careful what you say and how you say it. You come off too aggressive or whatever else, you best believe, they know who you are. Yeah, the SF 181 and the W8BEN for avoiding paying federal taxes and changing your status. Yes. Yep, those are good things to do. If you have a pending criminal charge, does it matter if you correct your status? Yeah, okay, so it depends on what you did that and if it's truly criminal. Okay, if you hurt somebody or whatever else, whatever you did has to be atoned for. But if nobody was damaged, or if it's just property, non-living things that were damaged, you can pay that off. You can claim right to subrogation. So yes, there are ways to get around that. But if you hurt somebody, you got to pay the price. That is just what it is. What if I get my national status but am employed via my SSN and check off with them that I was a U.S. citizen? I sent the W8BN and they did not file it. How can I provide additional documents to support my status? You create your own affidavit and you put your own seal on there. Now, I know a lot of people they don't want to use any of the state or federal, whatever else, but it doesn't hurt to have a notary, either a public notary or a notary public, stamp it, but you don't really need to. You make your declaration, you get your own stamps made, your own raised seals, whatever you want to get, put it on there. Now, if your employer is not doing this, you give them a right to cure. You say, hey, before I take this to the state and to the EEOC, Equal Opportunity, and the federal government, and file a lawsuit against you for not recognizing my status, I just want you to know, here's my affidavit of my status, and you are to respect that. If you do not, then I will have to go, bring in these other parties. I'm just giving you a right to cure and go from there. And we have had people win a considerable amount of money on just those things. What would be the best way to correct the passport? Educational information only. If you want to correct it, you already have it. A lot of people will say use a DS82. A DS82 does not have it does not ask you your parental pair of rents, pair who's renting you, information to check off, no. So I don't know, I would say you have to go on a long hike or a swim, and you might have accidentally dropped your passport book or card. From experience, I will just say don't lose both, because they will put you on the list and you will not be able to do anything for a year. So if you happen to have lost one, I would correct that one. So, are you familiar with the World Citizen Passport? Yeah, the World Citizen Passport it is recognized around the world, but not in every country. It is good if you want to use it to do a name change and have a document with a given name, your given name, do not use your legal name. Your original birth name, your born on date name, was given to them, transmuted into uppercase, capitis maximus, or letters in all capital, transmuted, they own it, okay? Because you've never even taken ownership of it. You're just using it. You're a surety for it. Don't use this name. When you're creating a trust too, to piggyback off my man what he was saying, don't use your legal name. Use your given name. Use a spiritual name. Use a religious name, ecclesiastical name, okay? Like my name, even though it would be James C. Lovett as a legal name, I would be James Charles of the Lovett family, of the Lovett nation, the tribe of Lovetts, the clan Lovett, the house of Lovett, the Lovett house. Use any of those variations, don't use that one. So the World Citizen Passport is decent. It does work, but you better make sure the country that you're going to accepts it, because some of them will not. So that's all I can tell you really on that one. Can you change your passport to non-citizen national before you authenticate? You change your passport to that status before you really should authenticate first. The Department of State will tell you that by your birth data, you are in fact a 14th Amendment U.S. citizen. I've seen hundreds of these letters, and we fixed every one of them. Except for maybe like 2 or 3, which were weird cases, weird jurisdictional things going on. You can try it. I just know that the proof is in the pudding, that we always authenticate the birth certificate first, then correct the status. If you have a certificate of live birth, you don't really have to. We've had success without having to do that. But the birth certificate, yeah, that's a federalized state document that means, in fact, you are a 14th Amendment U.S. citizen. So I would do it the reverse way. You can try it the other way. Let me know if it works. But I would do it the other way. What about the world passport? Can you use it to travel from U.S.? Yeah, I know Canada takes it. So you shouldn't have any problems going there. Invest in the Moorish American travel document. Yeah, see, it all depends on you. You can be a Moor, you can be a private natural citizen. You can use your own last nation to create your own last name to be your nation, because really your last name is not it's not a last name. Okay, that's for the British. They created that to trap us into that. What they call our last name, some of us do mistakenly, is actually your nation. It's your tribe, it's your clan, it's your house. Use that to create your own jurisdiction, all right? Because that jurisdiction is the equivalent of being in a trust. Trust really only means a private document between you and certain peoples in the private. And the Constitution allows us to contract unlimitedly in the private or in the public. Do all judges get this, or are they blind to it? No, I actually had one of my clients tell me, I thought they all knew this. They all should. But the problem is that a lot of them are actually magistrates, which are the administrators or the secretaries to the main judges. Usually one main judge will sit somewhere and they'll have their people who are lawyers and attorneys become magistrates, operate as that, but that court case is really a private agreement, and then they'll gavel on it. So, they'll rule on it, and then they'll have the judge sign off on it, trying to make it legit. Okay, and that judge is like, well, I didn't see it, so I'm just going by them. They're pretty well versed. So no, most of those magistrates don't get this stuff. I had one of my clients actually tell me that after using my paperwork and handling himself in court, the magistrate leans over and said, we're just now learning some of this stuff that you guys are giving us, because they don't know all this. They don't know Supreme Court law. It's not their jurisdiction. That's outside the box. Using mine for the first time on Tuesday, MATD gang. All right. Shout out to 9. Somebody's giving some love out. Can you still get a national passport if you checked U.S. citizen in your current passport? Yes, but they will definitely, you're gonna have to redo it. And if you happen to have lost it, to redo the whole process the correct way, then yes, that would be good. The Cestui Trust, yes. The Cestui Trust comes from the Cestui Act, or it's the same thing basically, of 1666. So if you want to learn more about where this all came from, that's it. Yes, sir, go in. Thank you. It looks like Asian characters or Korean. I can't read it, but thank you. All right. Thank you. Yep. Lisa, thank you for the blacksite32.com plug. Appreciate you there. So Shane, so Copper Moonshine Stills is owned and operated by Colonel Von Wilson, who's actually a personal friend of mine. It's kind of funny because he's in Arkansas, which is where my family and my land is, and he didn't like how the people down there, meaning the public, the LEOs, law enforcement officers, and said magistrates were treating him. So he came across the information and he shared it online, which is where Yusuf El got his videos from. I found both of them at the same time. And so I followed both. And then I reached out to Colonel Von Wilson, who actually, he didn't ignore me, but he said, look, if you don't understand the information, I can't help you. And then some years later, after my channel kind of started getting a little bit more popular, he actually reached out to me. He's like, well, been watching your channel. He's like, I got a couple of critiques for your terminology in there. So iron sharpens iron. And so we're now best friends. We email or text each other almost every other day. And I put him onto some game. He puts me onto some games. And it's pretty fire. Right. Zoom is not private. Laughing Aloud, social media. Nothing is. Nothing. I went to school for electrical engineering, technology, and software development. I can tell you right now what your cell phone is made out of, how it operates, what components it is, down to the chemistry level, and how it is not safe. But do I have one? Yeah. Do I have an Alexa and whatever else? Yeah. They're listening. All that stuff is monitored and whatever. But people on Facebook are like, I should be able to say whatever I want to say. Coming from somebody also who's had 2 and 3 bans, 30-day bans, 2 or 3 accounts that were closed down. Yeah, it's because it's still a corporation that owns it. And where do you go to get your permission to operate a corporation? A state. And who is the state under? The federal government. You know? Thank you, Dion, for putting that out there. My YouTube and Black site. Thugs and Democrats, Democrats. Walk with love and truth. Yes, that is fire. I mean, just stay true to it. Okay, so the opposite of a corporation is an unincorporation. Okay, you've probably been through little towns. This is unincorporated. All right, essentially they're operating like a trust. They're operating privately. Reason why a lot of people don't like to do unincorporated associations, which means you're free to do what you want to do in your own house. You say you don't want to pay property taxes. You go online, you Google, state of Texas, property tax exemption form, and then you check off unincorporated association. Or you go to the IRS and you inform them through I can't think of the form. But you establish yourself through your EIN as a religious organization or a 508c1a, or just an unincorporated association operating at your house. You then take that, put it into your application to the property tax exemption form with your property tax assessor's office, and never have to pay property taxes again. Because right now you registered your house. You only had to record it with the county. You didn't have to register it. So when you registered it, you became you registered your property to them. You gave it over. You said, hey, I want you guys to be a part of this. Just like your any license, your marriage certificate. You invited the state to have a 3-way with your 2 different corporations. Your 2 straw men got married, 2 corporations, and you brought the 3rd one in. How about if you lost your passport, book, and card? As I said earlier, I don't do that. Educational information only. I would lose 1 at a time over a 6 to 9 or 12-month period. And if I had a choice, I would pick the card. It's cheaper to have accidentally lost and do that. And I really wouldn't even worry about the passport book. But maybe after 9 months to a year, if you happen to have lost it again, I would do it that way. Just having gone on a hiking trip and lost mine, and having got the the letter that you guys don't want to get, that would be my advice. throw it in the trash and lose it. Well, yes, you can do that. Just remember, the book does have tracking capabilities, does have a chip in there. So in the back page, I've heard in the top middle center, something like that. I heard it somewhere. You can't modify a contract with the government, so you have to apply for all new ones or lose it. Yes. You can correct some things, but essentially it's always still good. Even the passport book and card still have your name in all caps. That's why you should create your own travel documents. You should create your own. We have, by law, we have the ability to create every document that they have, and they are supposed to accept it. Because remember, we are the creators, they are the creation. The creation cannot be more powerful than the creators. Okay? You are what you say you are. Yep. Stick to your guns. Get your own IDs made. I got a machine now. We're working on making our own IDs. You can go online and just have somebody make them. You don't have to get one from me when I get mine rolling. You can make your own. Go online, create a private ID. Banks do it. The gym does it. Whatever, everybody else does it. Why can't you? Common law, they actually say that you can, by common law, you can actually create your own ID. You can change over your mail, so like your electric bill, start putting things in that different name. Otherwise, everything that you do, like even your house, your car, your cell phone, all those things you guys got at some point in time with the use of your straw man or straw woman, usually via the unauthenticated birth certificate, and that's a trust. It's a business trust. So you've transferred all that stuff into that business that you don't own, the name or the trust. And if you pass away, that's why they're able to tax your stuff or probate it, because it's in their business. They gave you that business name. That transmuted all caps name is theirs. You put it into it. So you need to get it out of there while you're living and put it into a trust or your nation. Set up whatever you got to do. Just get it out of that scenario. Jury duty, I don't know. I haven't been in years. I'm not a U.S. citizen. I actually did renounce mine. I put that on all my paperwork. So I don't know. I don't know how that works. But I wouldn't say just avoid it. But if you are going educational purposes, if you write them back and say, hey, my status is now as a non-citizen U.S. national, can I even be party to that? Or, I'm no longer a 14th Amendment U.S. citizen. Can I do that? See what they say. And that also goes for people who might happen to be going to court. If you don't you have a right to be judged by your peers? So if you tell them your peers are U.S. nationals or non-citizen nationals, all right. So anyway, can you apply for a non-citizen U.S. national passport if you were not born in the United States? Yes. If you were here in the United States of America long enough, over 7 to 10 years, in your particular state, the Republic. So I'm in Wisconsin. I wasn't born in the state of Wisconsin. I was born in the Republic. The Republic means the land and the people. All right. The state of Wisconsin is a for-profit corporation. I wasn't born in their corporation. If I'm on this land for more than 7 to 10 years, I have naturalized as a state citizen. Educational purposes only. If you're in one of the territories, the law code 8 USC 1101 22B states that all U.S. citizens are in fact also U.S. nationals, but not all U.S. nationals are U.S. citizens. So yes, you can be. We've done it for people from France and Russia, Germany, and whatever else. So when applying for the passport, we let them know our correct status change. And that person goes on your passport. They're only, unless you have a court document or you make up all the documents yourself, they are going to ignore anything you try to add there. So either you have an explanatory statement, which is what most of my people use, You create your own paperwork. I mean, you can actually even create your own application for the passport privately. I came across that too. That's fire. And put everything and who you are in there, but you're going to have to provide them with, they might ask for additional information. So just be prepared for that. But if you have something court ordered with a name change or whatever, you submit that in. Yes, they will accept it. We've had people do things that they say on the passport and application and at the agency, the post office, you can't do. Wear certain garments and this and that. Yeah, we've had all that go through. But we've talked about it in the private and and how to address it. But yeah, they're going to tell you what they, as a U.S. citizen, should do. It's just like with the whole COVID thing. Sorry if I shouldn't use the C word, but like the whole, pandemic, when they were talking to people, Fauci and Pelosi said, we don't have the jurisdiction to do these things to you. So who were they talking to in those commercials and on TV and whatever? They were talking to U.S. citizens because they have jurisdiction over them. They weren't talking to U.S. nationals or non-citizen nationals, state citizens, foreign nationals, American nationals. They weren't talking about even the people in the private. They weren't talking to them. They were talking to U.S. citizens. You thought you were a U.S. citizen, you became then you are one. Yep, smart TV. Anything that you have that has a microphone on it or a speaker is the same thing as a microphone. It just depends on either it's transmitting or receiving. And it can pick up signals, and it transmits signals into the ether. If they really want, they can pick up a conversation in your house. I can make a device right now that can do that and listen to everything you have to say across the street from your house. They can do it from orbit and the satellite if they want to. At least the wolf is a badass. Thank you, Lanique. Thank you guys for everything. Like I said, I'm gonna answer a couple more things in here, and then I'm going to jump off because I do have some private engagements. But I want to thank all of you guys. Dion put the information in there. Okay, so that is about it. I just want to thank each and every one of you guys for finding Dion and bringing me to, you guys to me and all the other speakers. And I know there's one after me, so I want to make sure I stay around on time for this. And Dion, especially, thank you for having me on. You guys know how to get a hold of her and the other guest speakers and me. So always make sure you guys do. I don't care who you get your information from. I always tell people, study from everybody. Don't listen to just one person. And I don't care if it's even me or him, her, she, whoever, Bob, Joe. Do your own research. Take the information we're giving you and vet it, okay? Vet the information for yourself. Prove that it works. Understand it. Like they were saying earlier, don't just get a file or a template and not know how to move. I've had people buy my templates, not even look at them, send it in with my name on it. Yeah, you're not going to win because they're going to laugh you right out of court and whatever else because you don't know the information. And if you're challenged on a file, it's all about preventative. Be preventive. That's why I tell people I don't help you after the fact. I try to prevent you from going through it in the first place. All right. But are you going to be tested at some point in time? Yes. And do you need to know this stuff? Yes. Because if you don't, they're going to test it. And if you give them jurisdiction, I call this my poop cake theory. Sorry, I know it's a little weird. Here's why I say that. If you make a cake, everybody will eat the cake. It's good. It's pure as it is. If you take some dog poop and you put it in that cake, okay, it's a poop cake. It doesn't matter how much you put in it, a little bit or a lot. Nobody's eating the cake. Nobody's eating the cake. So what that means is if you use a little bit of their foreign maritime admiralty jurisdiction, that all caps name to a police officer, to whatever else, and that name fits, that address you use, the 2-digit abbreviation for your house is owned by the state. It's copywritten. The zip code for your house you use is owned by the federal government. So you're a federalized state employee. You're a federalized state. You've transferred it into them. You're saying, hey, my stuff is in your jurisdiction. Go ahead. If you use those things, those are benefits. Use that name, benefits. Use any of that. That's the poop. You put it in yourself and they see it and they can use it against you. They will, because that's what they are trained and taught to do, because that's how they can make the money, because that means you're in their jurisdiction because you're using their stuff. Okay, so be careful what you use, what you say, how you move. End all of your contracts with this, that, or the other that you can if you choose to, but if you don't, then understand that you still have a binding obligation to do that by performance. Because remember, at the end of the day, slavery's been outlawed. So how do they have jurisdiction over you? By contract or by verbal agreement. So you can't get me by being a slave. That only leaves the last two. So either you have a contract in place by use of the name, use of the driver's license, use of the federal zip code, use of the 2-digit abbreviation. That's how they get you. Without that, they've got nothing. Okay, and that goes for everything. So that's it, guys. Just remember, lastly, like I said, just vet all of your information, learn it for yourself, go to an expert if and when you need to. There's no harm in that. But just do your due diligence, research. So that being said, I want to turn it over to Dion. And once again, thank you guys ever so much. I'm truly humbled. We just reached 30,800 subscribers. So I know some of you guys might be in there. So thank you. Support Dion and everybody else. Stay healthy, stay wise, stay woke, stay aware. And I will talk to you guys later.
Thank you so much, Bad Wolf in the room. Appreciate that. Appreciate it. And y'all, please, just if you took screenshots, videos, make sure you share it out. Giving so much thanks, all the love in the chat box for you.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one, Dion. Thank you again.
Yes, you do. Thank you. All right. So let me know, y'all, if you need a stretch break. We can do another stretch break before we bring in our next guest speaker. Hey, can y'all give your best love in the chat box? I got, look, baby girls, Matt T right here.
Islam, everyone.
Peace,
How's everyone doing?
peace.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Am I loud and clear?
You're loud and clear.
All right, nobles. I'm glad to be here. Thank you for inviting me here for this this Deep Sea Royalty Conference. I am very honored to be here, and I see that there are so many people, so many teachers here that are teaching, and it's just so great. I'm also gaining information. As I tell people all the time, I don't know everything, but what I can do is I can give you my perspective of the way that I see things, being that I'm an international Moor. I domicile abroad. So that's usually the angle that I come from. And I try not to really teach people about how to do processes, because I know that everyone has a different specific situation. So your particular process would be something that is going to be more tailor-made for your situation, for your family, right? So everyone doesn't have the same situation. Like, for instance, over here at China, we have to do things differently, right? Over here at China, a trust is not something that's really talked about here because of the way that you have to move. So getting back on point, this is going to deal with nationality. So when talking about nationality and nationality versus citizenship, I'll give you the two different perspectives of that. Nationality is used in the private, and citizenship is used in the public, right? And that is understood even over here where I domicile, because the way that foreigners move when they're in another land, when they get a visa to go to another country, that means that they are to be given the same rights on the land under citizenship, under the citizenship of that land. All right. Nationality is how nations interface with each other when they're dealing with their national resources, or when they're dealing with diversity of nationality when it comes to like consular jurisdiction. So to break things down, nationality is lawful, right? It's something that you're born with. So you have two different kinds of situations dealing with nationality. Some nation states have nationality by birth, meaning that you're simply born on the soil. And some nation states have what is called common descent nationality, meaning that you are the national by way of bloodline, right? So like for instance, here at China, they go by common descent nationality. So that means that your bloodline has to be Chinese in order for you to be a Chinese national. That's how that works. Now, speaking about the Moorish movement, because that's what I know and that's what a lot of people talk to me about, we generally go by common descent as well. Having the bloodline, being an Aboriginal Indigenous American is how we transfer the bloodline. And in fact, that is already known even with the corporations, because the Aboriginal Indigenous Americans are the only ones that can be American nationals. And for this reason, the corporation has created a de facto nationality called US national, right? Because if you look around the world, all nationalities have what? All nationalities are named after the people. For instance, Chinese national, Japanese national, Indian national, Russian national. But because of colonization, when you get to North America, it's US national, right? So you can go all the way back in history, and you can even find that even looking at the Naturalization Act of 1790, for instance, it was a situation where they had a plan for naturalizing European descendants, right, to come on our land, to make them citizens, not nationals, right? And he also had the Naturalization Act of 1795, which reinforced some of those things about how these immigrants were supposed to be naturalized on the land. In fact, the time was changed from 2 years to 5 years during that time. So that goes to show that that is the motive behind creating the U.S. national identity, right? Even though some of us have to use it, and I'm not saying we don't use it. I'm not saying that we don't go out and get a U.S. national non-citizen passport. What I'm saying is I'm just trying to bring the understanding so that people will understand what it is and how things are viewed from other parts of the world. The way that things are viewed from other parts of the world is a nationality is connected to a people, not a corporation, right? Like you wouldn't have a McDonald's national, right? You wouldn't have something like a burger, say like a Burger King national or something like that. A Nike national, Adidas national, right? That's what it's like saying U.S. national, because the United States first started off as a trading company, right? So that's what it is. So know that nationality is lawful and citizenship is legal. Citizenship is how we move in the public. All right. And nationality comes by, especially by common descent, by the common descent rule. Nationality comes by way of inheritance, right? Whereas citizenship is contractual. You enter a contract, right? The Constitution is a contract. A flag is also a contract. That's how these things go down. And moving forward, you can only have one nationality, but you can have many different citizenships. There are people that have many different citizenships. Now, I know you may read some things concerning dual nationality, but generally when they're talking about dual nationality, it's really dealing with with dual citizenship, right? So some countries like China doesn't offer dual citizenship. You'll also find that, because that is a different contract. You see? So this perspective is needed. This perspective is needed because oftentimes when you hear teachers of this information and teachers of, freedom fighters speak about, our sovereignty and things like that, they're giving you a perspective from being there on the land, right? But when you're at sea, it's a totally different story, you see? Because when you're at sea, things tend to change. Now, on your own land, it makes sense. You can make your own private documents and this kind of thing, and they can be honored, they can be respected, because in fact, they know that you are the heir to the estate, right? And they know that you are the heir to the estate coming to regain your lost estate. But when you're abroad, it's almost impossible to move with trust documents in a country like, say, like for China, that doesn't really recognize a trust that much. Very few people have a trust. Here, it is not something that is really discussed, that is really talked about, and even the kind of trust that they have here is set up different than the way that we would set up on the homeland. Totally different situation. So this is something that we must understand, is that also the international perspective, right? So like another thing is that nationality is really unchangeable, right? In a real sense, in a bloodline sense, nationality is unchangeable, right? But citizenship is changeable. You can relinquish citizenship. You can change your citizenship. You can also gain another citizenship. But if you're talking about the common descent side of nationality, that is unchangeable, right? That is unchangeable. So now, you also have nationality as something that is gained by way of your ancestral rights, by birthrights, right? Whereas citizenship is dealing with contracts, contractual obligations, right? Your nationality is also dealing with your bloodline, you see? So you're dealing with your bloodline, and that is all that is required to grab onto your nationality by common descent. If you're talking about nationality by birth, for those countries that have that, then it's by birth. The difference is in between the nationality side and citizenship is that nationality doesn't require any kind of responsibility. You could just be a national and do nothing, right? You just say, I'm a national, I was born here, or I'm a national because of who my parents are. But when you are a citizen, it requires some kind of responsibility, some kind of duty, right? So that means that being a citizen, you're a party to the Constitution, which we are told to enforce. So there are obligations there. Like for some, that would be paying taxes, that would be voting, and this sort of thing, right? You also have a situation. Where you have nationality to nationality. That is another situation, right? So some of us on the land are foreign nationals, right? And let me say this, an indigenous American is the American national and is the American state citizen at the same time, right? Now, remember, citizenship is contractual. You don't have to be a citizen if you don't want to. You could be a non-citizen, just like they're saying a U.S. national non-citizen, right? Which really, that's de facto, because they're saying, okay, you can't be a state citizen where you can enforce law in your own state, but we're going to give you a de facto nationality called U.S. national, right? There's always something with them because they're operating in a de facto fashion, you see? But we are the American nationals, and we are the the American state citizens, which makes us foreign to the US jurisdiction, right? So now we're dealing nationality to nationality. So when you're dealing nationality to nationality, now that is a situation that has to move beyond a regular court, like say like a traffic court even. Now you're talking about bringing in consular jurisdiction, right? And a consul comes in being the friend of the court, right? Versus a normal situation where you're just going into a court and you're battling against US citizens. It's much like if there's an issue between say like a Korean and a Russian, right? Well, a consular court has to be the jurisdiction to settle that kind of situation, because now it's nationality against nationality. You're dealing with two different nationalities, right? We have a special situation in America because we are, and just saying, not saying America meaning what is called the United States, but all over the Americas, right? We have a special situation, whereas the terminologies have kind of gotten people a lot mixed up, because America, of course, is a whole entire continent. You see, so essentially all of the indigenous Aboriginal people that's throughout the whole continent are the American nationals, right? But when it comes to citizenship, there's some historical things that have us tied with the citizenship side of things, as we have to look at the states, which were the organic states, which in a sense still are organic states based on our own perception of how we look at them. You see? So issues dealing with a state citizen and a US citizen, right? If one does not claim to be a foreign national, now that may be an issue where you may find yourself in a regular court. How would you handle that situation, right? Well, you have to state that you're a state citizen, because state citizens are constitutional citizens. So even a state citizen, even though they don't claim or put forth their nationality first, they're really still outside of the jurisdiction of the de facto courts, right? So these are situations that need to be handled with Article 3 courts. All right. Let me see if there's any information here. Any questions? Also, with nationality, to show forth your nationality when abroad, you're required to show national identification, right? National identification, not private identification. Now, can you make your own identification? Sure you can, right? Sure, you can make your own identification when you're you know, inside of your own jurisdiction. But to make your own identification in some countries, when you're in that country, living there or domiciling there as a citizen, there are certain laws that restrict the making of identification, even like for instance here at China. All right. So I had to develop certain relationships here, being a consul general here, to where I was able to make the Moorish American travel document and some of the documents that I have for the Moors now, right? Because it is against the law for regular people to just make identification in this particular country. How do you get your your certificate of live birth? Someone is asking that question. Honestly, I don't deal with the with the birth certificate situation. I've told Morris that before. I'm quite sure there's a lot of people on here that is giving a lot of information about the birth certificate. And what is interesting here, I find that a lot of people here, if they're like over 35 years old, a lot of them don't have birth certificates here at China. Like a birth certificate is kind of like a new thing for them, you know? It's real interesting, right? So these are just some of the differences when it comes to dealing with nationality. Nationality, we domicile. With citizenship, in most countries, you have to be a resident, right? So residency is important to do certain things. If you claim to be, like, say, they're at the U.S. corporation in their jurisdiction, you can claim that a non-resident is still function, right? No problem. You're non-resident, fine. But here at China, if you are considered a non-resident, that is what they call a black person, right? Yep. A Chinese person can be considered black if they are a non-resident, if they don't have what is called a hukou, meaning a residence, a place to live, right? So if they don't have a hukou or a place to live and they're a non-resident, they're considered black. So isn't that interesting, right? Someone says, I studied abroad in China and deeply disliked it, and they have the audacity to give me a 10-year visa. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Well, everyone has their experiences too, you know. All I can say is I have a great time here. I love it. Been here for 14 years, and they treat me super well. It's all good. And it's safe, a very safe country. Oh, Shenzhen. Shenzhen's a new city. Moving on, you would notice that you have the different jurisdictions with nationality, right? One is, as I explained, is the U.S. national, right? Which is a de facto corporate nationality. Now, American nationals, the de jure side of that is the small letter USA, major, right? That is the platform. That is the platform of operation for the American national. Whereas the United States corporation is the platform of operation for what is called the US national, right? Or US citizen, right? So I think originally the U.S. national was created for people like in American Samoa, and some of these insular states that are abroad. All right. And moving forward, you would also find, if you were to look at my national cards, because I have national cards on my website. And it will read, the individual, which you know individual is an entity, but look over that. This is something that came out of the Moorish American Consulate, because these are their codes in the United States Code of Laws. So it says an individual identified and pictured on the reverse is a natural born American national of the de jure small letter U United States of America, and not a U.S. citizen. And it gives the various codes there. And it says, not subject to the exclusive legislative, civil jurisdiction, and general sovereignty of the political body, right? We're not subject to the laws that come out of Congress. Not when you're a de jure American, small letter U, United States of America major, you know, American national. However, it says, but is indirectly protected by it and may claim its protection when abroad, right? So that's what nationality is. When you're talking about nationality to nationality, that is a situation where the nationals are still protected abroad on those premises, you see? So that's the reason why we also must have consular jurisdiction, because that's the national side, that's the private side. Your nationality is private, your citizenship is public, right? So when you, like for instance, being abroad in another country, they don't want to hear about your citizenship and what you do as a citizen, right? Because they have their own citizenship here. They have their own laws cut out for citizens, which you are a party to when you enter the country with your visa, right? That's the way that it works abroad. So just giving a general idea or of that particular situation. How are you protected as a national? Nationals are protected by way of treaty, right? So we have treaty and constitution, but by way of treaty, you're protected. Because the true nationals are Moors, or indigenous Moors, right? American nationals can only be Aboriginal and indigenous to the land. That's the reason why they don't come out and say American national non-citizen passport, because they know that they can't give a passport and call it American national to someone that is not Aboriginal and indigenous to the Americas, right? You have foreigners, you have people from other lands that have the US national non-citizen passport as well. You see? What is the process for non-citizen, for naturalized citizens? They claim foreign national. Well, that is a good question, because naturalized citizens, they already are foreign nationals if they claim to be state citizens, but they are foreign nationals by way of what? The name that they carry, as Noble Drew Ali taught us, the name that they carry signifies their national descent. So if someone has a German last name, you know that they're German by common descent, right? If someone has a Nigerian last name, you know that they're Nigerian by national descent. But however, citizenship in another land is the thing that really counts, because you have to be able to move into public. What you do in a private is another thing, right? Someone that comes from, say, Nigeria and is speaking their language, right? He's speaking their language, that's a private situation. It has nothing to do with us, say like in another country, right? When that Nigerian is in another country, he needs to abide by the laws of that particular citizenship that is in that land. So I hope I make myself clear there. All right. So moving forward, the reason I tell people, you know, I get a lot of questions all the time, Moors. I get a lot of questions about how to do processes. I get a lot of questions about trust. I know some things about trust, but I don't claim to be a master of trust, right? But what I do is I try to give you an overall concept of what it is that I know and what I see from outside of the circle. You're inside of the circle because you're there on the homeland. I'm looking on the outside of the circle and giving you another, you know, another concept, another picture. That's what I try to do, and provide you with enough information so that you can do your study, and then you can decide on which process you need. You can decide on which teacher you may gain some information from to help you. That would be your decision. I don't want to take responsibility for someone getting injured by some information that I gave them, right? I just tell you the truth. I tell you that, hey, this is what I see coming from this lens and based on my experience, right? And based on my experience being abroad, this is how I see other nationals roll, right? I've met nationals from all over the country. I mean, from all over the world. I've been all over the world. So that's just based on my experience, whereas many of our people there, our American nationals or state citizens, our people there, many have never left their state republic, right? Let alone, you know, to some other land. So note that There are things that you would need there on your own homeland that would not be useful once you leave. That's a fact, right? That's a fact. The Moorish American travel document came by way of myself knowing that the Moors over here, that we needed another document to really show who we really are, right? Because the United States citizenship is a fraud, right? The Chinese government knows that it's a fraud. So when we present ourselves being who we are, the true Americans, and being Moors, they agree. They don't argue with us. Yeah, we know, right? So that is something that is important. If it is not honored at a port and you already booked a ticket under your appellation, what should you do? Well, this is what I tell people all the time, and it's even on my website, right? The Moorish American travel document can be used for travel. It is not a passport, right? I don't make the claim that it will be accepted at a port because I can't force a corporation to enter into contract, and neither can they force you to enter into contract, right? There are other nation states around the world that have passports that are not accepted by other countries, like say like Iran, say like Israel, right? Some of these countries, they cannot enter another country or get on a plane to fly to that country with that particular passport, even though they're a nation state with seats at the UN even, right? So it has to deal with incentives. So the idea that I had with producing the Moorish American travel document, which I have one here, was to create a document that had a lot of law information inside, that was a form of identification, de jure identification, that would also help Moors to be able to get their non-tax obligatory status, a form of identification so that you could put your trust information inside, as the one brother, Minister B. Betta said, you need identification for your trust. This is a trust document, but it can be used for travel, provided someone wants to contract with you and allow you to go to their country, right? There are some that have done it, right? And there are some that have used it for other purposes. So that's what it is. It is private. So what I don't tell people to do, I don't tell people, don't go get a passport. I know that only ships can really pass a port, right? Because the original passports were for ships. You have to decide on whether you need a passport or not. That's what I tell people. You decide, because some people need the passport as it is a requirement for their job. But what I do tell them what to do is how to handle the straw name and how to turn that into an assumed business name and use your business. Use the name as a business on the passport, right? Keep everything separate away from your private activity. Yes, more travel from UK to Jamaica. That's true. I heard about that. I had a Moor before that traveled from Grenada and flew into Miami. I've had a Moor that left Miami and flew into the Dominican Republic. So these are just case-by-case situations. If someone wants to contract with you and they're willing to contract with you, fine. Now, the thing is that the more and more of our people that get the Moorish American travel document, it becomes more of an incentive for some of these countries to start letting us in. Why? Because what are we going to do when we get there? Spend money on tourism, right? So I'm already in contact with a particular African country right now. I'm not going to say any names. There should be a discussion soon about allowing Moors to travel there so that we can provide some kind of economic stability to their tourist industry, right? So it's something that I discussed last week. We'll see how that goes in the future. But in this world, it's all about incentives, right? So if one of these corporate nation states, they see it being an incentive for them to let you come in with your particular document and they want to contract with us, then there you have it. It's a go, right? That's how that works. All right. So these documents are really, this is all about shipping. It's all about mooring, right? So as I just said, originally passports were for ships, right? Now the people are being treated as if they're ships, right? Everything that moves from one place to another is like looked at as being a ship. So now people are carrying passports, which are really for the public. They're not private, right? So what do? If you decide to get a passport or you have a passport and you still want to maintain your private standing while being abroad with your passport, you still need your own travel document. Otherwise, it's tacit acquiescence. You just gave up your rights. You're always supposed to produce your own first, present your own first before using another document, a de facto document. That's how that works. Let's see, what are your thoughts on diplomatic passports? Well, I have a diplomat Moorish American travel document, but I've discontinued it, right? One of the reasons I've discontinued the travel document, there were some manufacturing issues when I got it produced. So a lot of them, the gold seal started coming off of some of them. And honestly, the new version, the new Moorish American travel document is a lot more stable. The printing is a lot better. It's just a much better quality booklet. And another reason I stopped producing the diplomat Moorish American travel document is because you have regular people that seem to think that if they just change their status, that makes them a foreign diplomat. And that's not how it works. Foreign diplomats are commissioned and they work in that line of work. That's what makes them a foreign diplomat. There is no passport in the world or any document in the world that's just going to make you a diplomat if you're not actually involved in the line of work, which a lot of the information as to what a foreign diplomat is supposed to do and the protection and the immunities that a foreign diplomat has is going to be listed in the Vienna Conventions, right? So you have a lot of Moors that they just want a diplomatic passport or diplomatic travel document just to have a diplomatic travel document without being a real diplomat, right? And that's just not how the world works. You have to actually be it. You have to be what it is. Another thing, when it comes to nationality and citizenship, oftentimes we find ourselves in a situation where we have to put the various corporations on notice. And that is also an aspect that deals with shipping when it comes to using our affidavits. So if you notice at the top of our affidavits, particularly at the top of a Moorish American affidavit, we'll have our two flags at the top, right? When you're talking directly to them, you'll have the Moorish flag on this side and the stars and stripes flag on this side. What that affidavit represents is a ship, because ships have flags, right? And the facts that you are stating in that affidavit of fact represents the cargo that is being placed on that ship. You see? And the seal that goes at the bottom of the affidavit is reminiscent of the seal that goes at the bottom of the hull of a ship so that water won't penetrate through. If water penetrates through the hull of the ship will sink. Thus, you must have a seal at the end of your affidavit, right? All of it deals with shipping. If you understand the principles of shipping when it comes to moving from private to public or public to private, from nationality and how to navigate with your citizenship, that's going to help you out a lot with figuring out your own game plan on how to navigate. What about the World Citizen Government Passport? I have one. I bought one when I was in the making of the Moorish American Travel Document, just to look at it. And what I know is that the U.S. corporation considers it a fantasy passport, right? So I know the U.S. corporation, they don't accept it. But as the brother said that was speaking before me, he said that he's heard that some people that they accept it at Canada. I can't say much about it. It's just it's a flimsy passport-like booklet, right? It doesn't have anything, it doesn't have the same capabilities of this document, where you can actually identify your trust and all of that, and your consular jurisdiction inside, plus other things. Totally different document, right? So does anyone have any questions? I know we went over time. I got on late. I was actually supposed to be on at 8 o'clock. It's almost 10. Does anyone have any questions about nationality and citizenship? Someone says, I'm sending my affidavits to the Jamaican corporation. Should I put the Jamaica flag on it? Yes, to the right, because you're speaking to them, right? So when you're speaking directly to them, you would put it on the right side. Just like, say like your name correction affidavit that you would get from me for your status correction, you see, right? So when you're putting them on notice about something, you would use that corporation's flag. But when you're just making an affidavit of fact for yourself to put on record, you would not use their flag, right? National versus Moor. Moors are nationals. You have many different kind of Moors. You have different pedigrees of Moors. There are different nationalities of Moors all around the world, right? Even Chinese are Moors. They're just a different pedigree of Moors. Essentially, the whole world was spawned by the Moors. Essentially, that's a good question. Essentially, the whole world was spawned by Moors, right? The difference is that the Moors that are in the Americas are lineal descendants of the Moabites. The word Moor is short for Moabite, right? The word Moroccan was influenced by the word Moor, the pronunciation and the spelling, right? So do your research on that. There's a lot of confusion about Morocco, because Morocco at North America is a jurisdiction. It's not the land, right? We had the Moorish Empire, which stretched over all of the Americas, which was the capital empire that had other empires inside of it, like the Moroccan Empire, right? So you had a situation when the Red House fell. Now you had a power shift down into the Kingdom of Morocco, which then developed into what? the Moroccan Empire over there across Northern Africa. You see? And the Kingdom of Morocco, which really was Marrakesh before they started calling it Morocco in the 1600s, right? They had a political jurisdiction that they had established with trade along the eastern coast of the United States, right? Which is Al-Maricanos, which later became what, 13 colonies, then the 13 states that is mentioned in the organic American Constitution, right? So because the politics, you had a Moroccan political establishment placed on another land under the name Morocco doesn't make the land Morocco. I mean, think of this, Morris, and I know some people are confused about this. You all probably know about Hong Kong here at China, right? Now, the British had to give it back, but what was it? Because the British established political jurisdiction over Hong Kong, did that make Hong Kong England? I mean, was that called England because the British were down in Hong Kong ruling for a long time? No, it wasn't. They just had a political jurisdiction that was at Hong Kong, and so they had to relinquish it back to China, right? Now, 1956, President Eisenhower, he relinquished jurisdiction on Morocco, didn't he? Right? So just because Morocco had political dealings and jurisdiction on the land doesn't make that Morocco. Because why? The Americas, North America, we also had New France. We also had New Spain. That doesn't make that France or Spain, does it? So when the Red House fell, which is called Maison Rouge, right? You had the royal family nobles that married into the indigenous people of the Washita right there at North America, right? We have that history too, which that was controlled by the French. So that doesn't make that France. Just because they had, France had a certain political jurisdiction there. It's all the same, right? So some Moors, they look at the fact that they see some politics there, they see some treaties there, and then, okay, the land had to be Morocco. No, it was never called Morocco. That's why you can't find anywhere where Noble Drew Ali called North America Morocco, neither CM Bay, but the political jurisdiction was there, right? And we had Moroccans that were there who we are the descendants of Moroccans because they were there doing trade within the political jurisdiction. You see what I mean? But America is completely a different place, right? Because Morocco is English that derived from French that is approximately only a word that's only 400 years old. How old is the Americas, right? So that ain't Morocco, right? The political jurisdiction was there. And since the political jurisdiction was there before, and since the Emperor of Morocco, Morocco was the first to recognize the small letter U, S-A, right? We claiming to be Moors and a part of that treaty can enforce law on the land, being foreign nationals to that, right? Otherwise, we're still just American nationals, American state citizens, all the same. And it's just like the brother that was on before me, he said, you can choose to go at this by way of being a Moor, or you can go at it another way. And that's absolutely true. To each his own, right? To each his own. Some people, they move without declaring their nationality being more on the record. But there are certain things that you have to do when you don't claim your bloodline nationality on the record to separate yourself from the public. Sometimes you have to do processes that